The Queen of Nothing by Holly Black. Book 1. Book 1. B. The royal astrologer, Bafin, squinted at the star chart and tried not to flinch when it seemed sure the youngest prince of Elfhame was about to be dropped on his royal head. A week after Prince Cardan's birth, and he was finally being presented to the High King. The previous 5 heirs had been seen immediately, still squalling in ruddy newness, but Lady Asher had barred the High King from visiting before she felt herself suitably restored from childbed. The baby was thin and wizened, silent, staring at Eldred with black eyes. He lashed his little whip-like tail with such force that his swaddle threatened to come apart. Lady Asher seemed unsure how to cradle him. Indeed, she held him as though she hoped someone might take the burden from her very soon. "Tell us of his future," the High King prompted. Only a few folk were gathered to witness the presentation of the new prince, the mortal Valmoran, who was both court poet and seneschal, and 2 members of the Living Council, Randolin, the Minister of Keys, and Bafin. In the empty hall, the High King's words echoed. Bafin hesitated, but he could do nothing save answer. Eldred had been favoured with 5 children before Prince Cardan, shocking fecundity among the folk, with their thin blood and few births. The stars had spoken of each little prince's and princess's fated accomplishments in poetry and song, in politics, in virtue, and even in vice. But this time what he'd seen in the stars had been entirely different. "Prince Cardan will be your last-born child," the royal astrologer said. "He will be the destruction of the crown and the ruination of the throne." Lady Asher sucked in a sharp breath. For the first time, she drew the child protectively closer. He squirmed in her arms. "I wonder who has influenced your interpretation of the signs. Perhaps Princess Eloin had a hand in it. Or Prince Dane. Maybe it would be better if she dropped him," Bafin thought unkindly. High King Eldred ran a hand over his chin. "Can nothing be done to stop this?" It was a mixed blessing to have the stars supply Bafin with so many riddles and so few answers. He often wished he saw things more clearly, but not this time. He bowed his head so he had an excuse not to meet the High King's gaze. Only out of his spilled blood can a great ruler rise, but not before what I have told you comes to pass. Eldred turned to Lady Asher and her child, the harbinger of ill luck. The baby was as silent as a stone, not crying or cooing, tail still lashing. "Take the boy away," the High King said. "Rear him as you see fit." Lady Asher did not flinch. "I will rear him as befits his station. He is a prince, after all, and your son." There was a brittleness in her tone, and Bafin was uncomfortably reminded that some prophecies are fulfilled by the very actions meant to prevent them. For a moment, everyone stood silent. Then Eldred nodded to Valmoran, who left the dais and returned holding a slim wooden box with a pattern of roots traced over the lid. "A gift," said the High King, "in recognition of your contribution to the Greenbrier line." Valmoran opened the box, revealing an exquisite necklace of heavy emeralds. Eldred lifted them and placed them over Lady Asher's head. He touched her cheek with the back of one hand. "Your generosity is great, my lord," she said, somewhat mollified. The baby clutched a stone in his little fist, staring up at his father with fathomless eyes. "Go now and rest," said Eldred, his voice softer. This time, she yielded. Lady Asher departed with her head high, her grip on the child tighter. Bafin felt a shiver of some premonition that had nothing to do with stars. High King Eldred did not visit Lady Asher again, nor did he call her to him. Perhaps he ought to have put his dissatisfaction aside and cultivated his son. But looking upon Prince Cardan was like looking into an uncertain future, and so he avoided it. Lady Asher, as the mother of a prince, found herself much in demand with the court, if not the High King. Given to whimsy and frivolity, she wished to return to the merry life of a courtier. She couldn't attend balls with an infant in tow, so she found a cat whose kittens were stillborn to act as his wet nurse. That arrangement lasted until Prince Cardan was able to crawl. By then, the cat was heavy with a new litter and he'd begun to pull at her tail. She fled to the stables, abandoning him, too. And so he grew up in the palace, cherished by no one and checked by no one. Who would dare stop a prince from stealing food from the grand tables and eating beneath them, devouring what he'd taken in savage bites? His sisters and brothers only laughed, playing with him as they would with a puppy. He wore clothes only occasionally, donning garlands of flowers instead and throwing stones when the guard tried to come near him. None but his mother exerted any hold over him, and she seldom tried to curb his excesses. Just the opposite. "You're a prince," she told him firmly when he would shy away from a conflict or fail to make a demand. "Everything is yours. You have only to take it. And sometimes, I want that. Get it for me." It is said that fairy children are not like mortal children. They need little in the way of love. They need not be tucked in at night, but may sleep just as happily in a cold corner of a ballroom, curled up in a tablecloth. They need not be fed, they are just as happy lapping up dew and skimming bread and cream from the kitchens. They need not be comforted, since they seldom weep. But if fairy children need little love, fairy princes require some counsel. Without it, when Cardan's elder brother suggested shooting a walnut off the head of a mortal, Cardan had not the wisdom to demur. His habits were impulsive, his manner, imperious. "Keen marksmanship so impresses our father," Prince Dane said with a small, teasing smile. "But perhaps it is too difficult. Better not to make the attempt than to fail." For Cardan, who could not attract his father's good notice and desperately wanted it, the prospect was tempting. He didn't ask himself who the mortal was or how he had come to be at the court. Cardan certainly never suspected that the man was beloved of Valmoran and that the seneschal would go mad with grief if the man died. Leaving Dane free to assume a more prominent position at the High King's right hand. Too difficult? Better not to make the attempt. Those are the words of a coward, Cardan said, full of childish bravado. In truth, his brother intimidated him, but that only made him more scornful. Prince Dane smiled. "Let us exchange arrows at least. Then if you miss, you can say that it was my arrow that went awry." Prince Cardan ought to have been suspicious of this kindness, but he'd had little enough of the real thing to tell true from false. Instead, he notched Dane's arrow and pulled back the bowstring, aiming for the walnut. A sinking feeling came over him. He might not shoot true. He might hurt the man. But on the heels of that, angry glee sparked at the idea of doing something so horrifying that his father could no longer ignore him. If he could not get the High King's attention for something good, then perhaps he could get it for something really, really bad. Cardan's hand wobbled. The mortal's liquid eyes watched him in frozen fear. Enchanted, of course. No one would stand like that willingly. That was what decided him. Cardan forced a laugh as he relaxed the bowstring, letting the arrow fall out of the notch. "I simply will not shoot under these conditions," he said, feeling ridiculous at having backed down. "The wind is coming from the north and mussing my hair. It's getting all in my eyes." But Prince Dane raised his bow and loosed the arrow Cardan had exchanged with him. It struck the mortal through the throat. He dropped with almost no sound, eyes still open, now staring at nothing. It happened so fast that Cardan didn't cry out, didn't react. He just stared at his brother, slow, terrible understanding crashing over him. "Ah," said Prince Dane with a satisfied smile. "A shame. It seems your arrow went awry. Perhaps you can complain to our father about that hair in your eyes." After, though he protested, no one would hear Prince Cardan's side. Dane saw to that. He told the story of the youngest prince's recklessness, his arrogance, his arrow. The High King would not even allow Cardan an audience. Despite Valmoran's pleas for execution, Cardan was punished for the mortal's death in the way that princes are punished. The High King had Lady Asher locked away in the Tower of Forgetting in Cardan's stead, something Eldred was relieved to have a reason to do, since he found her both tiresome and troublesome. Care of Prince Cardan was given over to Belkin, the eldest of the siblings, the cruelest, and the only one willing to take him. And so was Prince Cardan's reputation made. He had little to do but further it. Chapter 1. I, Jude Duarte, High Queen of Elfheim in exile, spend most mornings dozing in front of daytime television, watching cooking competitions and cartoons and reruns of a show where people have to complete a gauntlet by stabbing boxes and bottles and cutting through a whole fish. In the afternoons, if he lets me, I train my brother, Oak. Nights, I run errands for the local fairies. I keep my head down, as I probably should have done in the first place. And if I curse Cardan, then I have to curse myself, too, for being the fool who walked right into the trap he set for me. As a child, I imagined returning to the mortal world. Taryn and Vivi and I would rehash what it was like there, recalling the scents of fresh-cut grass and gasoline, reminiscing over playing tag through neighborhood backyards and bobbing in the bleachy chlorine of summer pools. I dreamed of iced tea, reconstituted from powder, and orange juice popsicles. I longed for mundane things, the smell of hot asphalt, the swag of wires between streetlights, the jingles of commercials. Now, stuck in the mortal world for good, I miss fairyland with a raw intensity. It's magic I long for, magic I miss. Maybe I even miss being afraid. I feel as though I am dreaming away my days, restless, never fully awake. I drum my fingers on the painted wood of a picnic table. It's early autumn, already cool in Maine. Late afternoon sun dapples the grass outside the apartment complex as I watch Oak play with other children in the strip of woods between here and the highway. They are kids from the building, some younger and some older than his 8 years, all dropped off by the same yellow school bus. They play a totally disorganized game of war, chasing one another with sticks. They hit as children do, aiming for the weapon instead of the opponent, screaming with laughter when a stick breaks. I can't help noticing they are learning all the wrong lessons about swordsmanship. Still, I watch. And so I notice when Oak uses glamour. He does it unconsciously, I think. He's sneaking toward the other kids, but then there's a stretch with no easy cover. He keeps on toward them, and even though he's in plain sight, they don't seem to notice. Closer and closer, with the kids still not looking his way. And when he jumps at them, stick swinging, they shriek with wholly authentic surprise. He was invisible. He was using glamour. And I, geased against being deceived by it, didn't notice until it was done. The other children just think he was clever or lucky. Only I know how careless it was. I wait until the children head to their apartments. They peel off, one by one, until only my brother remains. I don't need magic, even with leaves underfoot, to steal up on him. With a swift motion, I wrap my arm around Oak's neck, pressing it against his throat hard enough to give him a good scare. He bucks back, nearly hitting me in the chin with his horns. Not bad. He attempts to break my hold, but it's half-hearted. He can tell it's me, and I don't frighten him. I tighten my hold. If I press my arm against his throat long enough, he'll black out. He tries to speak, and then he must start to feel the effects of not getting enough air. He forgets all his training and goes wild, lashing out, scratching my arms and kicking against my legs. Making me feel awful. I wanted him to be a little afraid, scared enough to fight back, not terrified. I let go, and he stumbles away, panting, eyes wet with tears. What was that for, he wants to know. He's glaring at me accusingly. To remind you that fighting isn't a game, I say, feeling as though I am speaking with Maddox's voice instead of my own. I don't want Oak to grow up as I did, angry and afraid. But I want him to survive, and Maddox did teach me how to do that. How am I supposed to figure out how to give him the right stuff when all I know is my own messed up childhood? Maybe the parts of it I value are the wrong parts. What are you going to do against an opponent who wants to actually hurt you? I don't care, Oak says. I don't care about that stuff. I don't want to be king. I never want to be king. For a moment, I just stare at him. I want to believe he's lying, but, of course, he can't lie. We don't always have a choice in our fate, I say. You rule if you care so much, he says. I won't do it. Never. I have to grind my teeth together to keep from screaming. I can't, as you know, because I'm in exile, I remind him. He stamps a hoofed foot. So am I. And the only reason I'm in the human world is because Dad wants the stupid crown and you want it and everyone wants it. Well, I don't. It's cursed. All power is cursed, I say. The most terrible among us will do anything to get it, and those who'd wield power best don't want it thrust upon them. But that doesn't mean they can avoid their responsibilities forever. You can't make me be High King, he says, and wheeling away from me, breaks into a run in the direction of the apartment building. I sit down on the cold ground, knowing that I screwed up the conversation completely. Knowing that Madoc trained Turin and me better than I am training Oak. Knowing that I was arrogant and foolish to think I could control Cardan. Knowing that in the great game of princes and queens, I have been swept off the board. Inside the apartment, Oak's door is shut firmly against me. Vivienne, my fairy sister, stands at the kitchen counter, grinning into her phone. When she notices me, she grabs my hands and spins me around and around until I'm dizzy. Heather loves me again, she says, wild laughter in her voice. Heather was Vivi's human girlfriend. She'd put up with Vivi's evasions about her past. She even put up with Oak's coming to live with them in this apartment. But when she found out that Vivi wasn't human and that Vivi had used magic on her, she dumped her and moved out. I hate to say this, because I want my sister to be happy and Heather did make her happy, but it was a richly deserved dumping. I pull away to blink at her in confusion. What? Vivi waves her phone at me. She texted me. She wants to come back. Everything is going to be like it was before. Leaves don't grow back onto a vine, cracked walnuts don't fit back into their shells, and girlfriends who've been enchanted don't just wake up and decide to let things slide with their terrifying exes. Let me see that, I say, reaching for Vivi's phone. She allows me to take it. I scroll back through the texts, most of them coming from Vivi and full of apologies, ill-considered promises, and increasingly desperate pleas. On Heather's end, there was a lot of silence and a few messages that read, "I need more time to think." Then this. I want to forget Fairy. I want to forget that you and Oak aren't human. I don't want to feel like this anymore. If I asked you to make me forget, would you? I stare at the words for a long moment, drawing in a breath. I can see why Vivi has read the message the way she has, but I think she's read it wrong. If I'd written that, the last thing I would want was for Vivi to agree. I'd want her to help me see that even if Vivi and Oak weren't human, they still loved me. I would want Vivi to insist that pretending away Fairy wouldn't help. I would want Vivi to tell me that she'd made a mistake and that she'd never ever make that mistake again, no matter what. If I'd sent that text, it would be a test. I hand the phone back to Vivi. What are you going to tell her? That I'll do whatever she wants, my sister says, an extravagant vow for a mortal and a downright terrifying vow from someone who would be bound to that promise. Maybe she doesn't know what she wants, I say. I am disloyal no matter what I do. Vivi is my sister, but Heather is human. I owe them both something. And right now, Vivi isn't interested in supposing anything but that all will be well. She gives me a big, relaxed smile and picks up an apple from the fruit bowl, tossing it in the air. What's wrong with Oak? He stomped in here and slammed his door. Is he going to be this dramatic when he's a teenager? He doesn't want to be High King, I tell her. Oh. That. Vivi glances toward his bedroom. I thought it was something important. Chapter 2. Tonight, it's a relief to head to work. Fairies in the mortal world have a different set of needs than those in Elfhome. The solitary fae, surviving at the edges of fairy, do not concern themselves with revels and courtly machinations. And it turns out they have plenty of odd jobs for someone like me, a mortal who knows their ways and isn't worried about getting into the occasional fight. I met Brian a week after I left Elfhome. He turned up outside the apartment complex, a black-furred, goat-headed, and goat-hooved fairy with bowler hat in hand, saying he was an old friend of the Roach. I understand you're in a unique position, he said, looking at me with those strange golden goat eyes, their black pupils a horizontal rectangle. Presumed dead, is that correct? No social security number. No mortal schooling. And looking for work, I told him, figuring out where this was going. Off the books. You cannot get any further off the books than with me, he assured me, placing one clawed hand over his heart. Allow me to introduce myself. Brian. A Thooker, if you hadn't already guessed. He didn't ask for oaths of loyalty or any promises whatsoever. I could work as much as I wanted, and the pay was commensurate with my daring. Tonight, I meet him by the water. I glide up on the second-hand bike I acquired. The back tire deflates quickly, but I got it cheap. It works pretty well to get me around. Brian is dressed with typical fussiness. His hat has a band decorated with a few brightly colored duck feathers, and he's paired that with a tweed jacket. As I come closer, he withdraws a watch from one pocket and peers at it with an exaggerated frown. Oh, am I late? I ask. Sorry. I'm used to telling time by the slant of moonlight. He gives me an annoyed look. Just because you've lived in the High Court, you need not put on airs. You're no one special now. I am the High Queen of Elfhome. The thought comes to me unbidden, and I bite the inside of my cheek to keep myself from saying those ridiculous words. He's right, I am no one special now. What's the job? I ask instead, as blandly as I can. One of the folk in Old Port has been eating locals. I have a contract for someone willing to extract a promise from her to cease. I find it hard to believe that he cares what happens to humans or cares enough to pay for me to do something about it. Local mortals. He shakes his head. No. No. Us folk. Then he seems to remember to whom he's speaking and looks a little flustered. I try not to take his slip as a compliment. Killing and eating the folk? Nothing about that signals an easy job. Who's hiring? He gives a nervous laugh. No one who wants their name associated with the deed. But they are willing to remunerate you for making it happen. One of the reasons Brian likes hiring me is that I can get close to the folk. They don't expect a mortal to be the one to pickpocket them or to stick a knife in their side. They don't expect a mortal to be unaffected by glamour or to know their customs or to see through their terrible bargains. Another reason is, I need the money enough that I'm willing to take jobs like this, ones that I know right from the start are going to suck. Address? I ask, and he slips me a folded paper. I open it and glance down. This better pay well. $500 American, he says, as though this is an extravagant sum. Our rent is $1,200 a month, not to mention groceries and utilities. With Heather gone, my half is about $800. And I'd like to get a new tire for my bike. $500 isn't nearly enough, not for something like this. $1,500, I counter, raising my eyebrows. In cash, verifiable by iron. Half up front, and if I don't come back, You pay Vivian the other half as a gift to my bereaved family. Brian presses his lips together, but I know he's got the money. He just doesn't want to pay me enough that I can get choosy about jobs. 1,000, he compromises, reaching into a pocket inside his tweed jacket and withdrawing a stack of bills banded by a silver clip. And look, I have half on me right now. You can take it. Fine, I agree. It's a decent paycheck for what could be a single night's work if I'm lucky. He hands over the cash with a sniff. Let me know when you've completed the task. There's an iron fob on my keychain. I run it ostentatiously over the edges of the money to make sure it's real. It never hurts to remind Brian that I'm careful. Plus $50 for expenses, I say on impulse. He frowns. After a moment, he reaches into a different part of his jacket and hands over the extra cash. Just take care of this, he says. The lack of quibbling is a bad sign. Maybe I should have asked more questions before I agreed to this job. I definitely should have negotiated harder. Too late now. I get back on my bike and, with a farewell wave to Brian, kick off toward downtown. Once upon a time, I imagined myself as a knight astride a steed, glorying in contests of skill and honor. Too bad my talents turned out to lie in another direction entirely. I suppose I am a skilled enough murderer of folk, but what I really excel at is getting under their skin. Hopefully that will serve me well in persuading a cannibal fairy to do what I want. Before I go to confront her, I decide to ask around. First, I see a hob named Magpie, who lives in a tree in Deering Oaks Park. He says he's heard she's a redcap, which isn't great news, but at least since I grew up with one, I am well informed about their nature. Redcaps crave violence and blood and murder. In fact, they get a little twitchy when there's none to be had for stretches of time. And if they're traditionalists, they have a cap they dip in the blood of their vanquished enemies, supposedly to grant them some stolen vitality of the slain. I ask for a name, but Magpie doesn't know. He sends me to Ladhar, a Chloroshorn who slinks around the back of bars, sucking froth from the tops of beers when no one is looking and swindling mortals in games of chance. You didn't know? Ladhar says, lowering his voice. Grima emoji. I almost accuse him of lying, despite knowing better. Then I have a brief, intense fantasy of tracking down Brian and making him choke on every dollar he gave me. What the hell is she doing here? Grima emoji is the fearsome general of the Court of Teeth in the north. The same court that the roach and the bomb escaped from. When I was little, Madoc read to me at bedtime from the memoirs of her battle strategies. Just thinking about facing her, I break out in a cold sweat. I can't fight her. And I don't think I have a good chance of tricking her, either. Give them the boot, I hear, Ladhar says. Maybe she ate someone Lady Nor liked. I don't have to do this job, I remind myself. I am no longer part of Dane's Court of Shadows. I am no longer trying to rule from behind High King Cardan's throne. I don't need to take big risks. But I am curious. Combine that with an abundance of wounded pride and you find yourself on the front steps of Grima emoji's warehouse around dawn. I know better than to go empty-handed. I've got raw meat from a butcher shop chilling in a styrofoam cooler, a few sloppily made honey sandwiches wrapped in foil, and a bottle of decent sour beer. Inside, I wander down a hall until I come to the door to what appears to be an apartment. I knock 3 times and hope that if nothing else, maybe the smell of the food will cover up the smell of my fear. The door opens, and a woman in a housecoat peers out. She's bent over, leaning on a polished cane of black wood. What do you want, dearie? Seeing through her glamour as I do, I note the green tint to her skin and her overlarge teeth. Like my foster father, Madoc. The guy who killed my parents. The guy who read me her battle strategies. Madoc, once the Grand General of the High Court. Now enemy of the throne and not real happy with me, either. Hopefully he and High King Cardan will ruin each other's lives. I brought you some gifts, I say, holding up the cooler. Can I come in? I want to make a bargain. She frowns a little. You can't keep eating random folk without someone being sent to try to persuade you to stop, I say. Perhaps I will eat you, pretty child, she counters, brightening. But she steps back to allow me into her lair. I guess she can't make a meal of me in the hall. The apartment is loft-style, with high ceilings and brick walls. Nice. Floors polished and glossed up. Big windows letting in light and a decent view of the town. It's furnished with old things. The tufting on a few of the pieces is torn, and there are marks that could have come from a stray cut of a knife. The whole place smells like blood. A coppery, metal smell, overlaid with a slightly cloying sweetness. I put my gifts on a heavy wooden table. For you, I say. In the hopes you'll overlook my rudeness in calling on you uninvited. She sniffs at the meat, turns a honey sandwich over in her hand, and pops off the cap on the beer with her fist. Taking a long draught, she looks me over. Someone instructed you in the niceties. I wonder why they bothered, little goat. You're obviously the sacrifice sent in the hopes my appetite can be sated with mortal flesh. She smiles, showing her teeth. It's possible she dropped her glamour in that moment, although, since I saw through it already, I can't tell. I blink at her. She blinks back, clearly waiting for a reaction. By not screaming and running for the door, I have annoyed her. I can tell. I think she was looking forward to chasing me when I ran. You're Grima Mog, I say. Leader of armies. Destroyer of your enemies. Is this really how you want to spend your retirement? Retirement? She echoes the word as though I have dealt her the deadliest insult. Though I have been cast down, I will find another army to lead. An army bigger than the first. Sometimes I tell myself something a lot like that. Hearing it aloud, from someone else's mouth, is jarring. But it gives me an idea. Well, the local folk would prefer not to get eaten while you're planning your next move. Obviously, being human, I'd rather you didn't eat mortals. I doubt they'd give you what you're looking for anyway. She waits for me to go on. A challenge, I say, thinking of everything I know about redcaps. That's what you crave, right? A good fight. I bet the folk you killed weren't all that special. A waste of your talents. Who sent you? She asks finally. Re-evaluating. Trying to figure out my angle. What did you do to piss her off? I ask. Your queen? It must have been something big to get kicked out of the court of teeth. Who sent you? She roars. I guess I hit a nerve. My best skill. I try not to smile, but I've missed the rush of power that comes with playing a game like this, of strategy and cunning. I hate to admit it, but I've missed risking my neck. There's no room for regrets when you're busy trying to win. Or at least not to die. I told you. The local folk who don't want to get eaten. Why you? She asks. Why would they send a slip of a girl to try to convince me of anything? Scanning the room, I take note of a round box on top of the refrigerator. An old-fashioned hat box. My gaze snags on it. Probably because it would be no loss to them if I failed. At that, Grima Mog laughs, taking another sip of the sour beer. A fatalist. So how will you persuade me? I walk to the table and pick up the food, looking for an excuse to get close to that hat box. First, by putting away your groceries. Grima Mog looks amused. I suppose an old lady like myself could use a young thing doing a few errands around the house. But be careful. You might find more than you bargained for in my larder, little goat. I open the door of the fridge. The remains of the folk she's killed greet me. She's collected arms and heads, preserved somehow, baked and broiled and put away just like leftovers after a big holiday dinner. My stomach turns. A wicked smile crawls across her face. I assume you hoped to challenge me to a duel. Intended to brag about how you'd put up a good fight. Now you see what it means to lose to Grima emoji. I take a deep breath. Then with a hop, I knock the hatbox off the top of the fridge and into my arms. Don't touch that, she shouts, pushing to her feet as I rip off the lid. And there it is, the cap. Lacquered with blood, layers and layers of it. She's halfway across the floor to me, teeth bared. I pull out a lighter from my pocket and flick the flame to life with my thumb. She halts abruptly at the sight of the fire. I know you've spent long years building the patina of this cap, I say, willing my hand not to shake, willing the flame not to go out. Probably there's blood on here from your first kill, and your last. Without it, there will be no reminder of your past conquests, no trophies, nothing. Now I need you to make a deal with me. Vow that there will be no more murders. Not the folk, not humans, for so long as you reside in the mortal world. And if I don't, you'll burn my treasure? Grima emoji finishes for me. There's no honor in that. I guess I could offer to fight you, I say. But I'd probably lose. This way, I win. Grima emoji points the tip of her black cane toward me. You're Madoc's human child, aren't you? And our new High King Seneschal in exile. Tossed out like me. I nod, discomforted at being recognized. What did you do? She asks, a satisfied little smile on her face. It must have been something big. I was a fool, I say, because I might as well admit it. I gave up the bird in my hand for two in the bush. She gives a big, booming laugh. Well, aren't we a pair, Redcap's daughter? But murder is in my bones and blood. I don't plan on giving up killing. If I am to be stuck in the mortal world, then I intend to have some fun. I bring the flame closer to the hat. The bottom of it begins to blacken, and a terrible stench fills the air. Stop, she shouts, giving me a look of raw hatred. Enough. Let me make you an offer, little goat. We spar. If you lose, my cap is returned to me, unburnt. I continue to hunt as I have. And you give me your littlest finger. To eat? I ask, taking the flame away from the hat. If I like, she returns. Or to wear like a brooch. What do you care what I do with it? The point is that it will be mine. And why would I agree to that? Because if you win, you will have your promise from me. And I will tell you something of significance regarding your High King. I don't want to know anything about him, I snap, too fast and too angrily. I hadn't been expecting her to invoke Cardan. Her laugh this time is low and rumbling. Little liar. We stare at each other for a long moment. Grima emoji's gaze is amiable enough. She knows she has me. I am going to agree to her terms. I know it, too, although it's ridiculous. She's a legend. I don't see how I can win. But Cardan's name pounds in my ears. Does he have a new seneschal? Does he have a new lover? Is he going to council meetings himself? Does he talk about me? Do he and Locke mock me together? Does Tarin laugh? We spar until first blood, I say, shoving everything else out of my head. It's a pleasure to have someone to focus my anger on. I'm not giving you my finger, I say. You win, you get your cap. Period. And I walk out of here. The concession I am making is fighting you at all. First blood is dull. Grima emoji leans forward, her body alert. Let's agree to fight until one of us cries off. Let it end somewhere between bloodshed and crawling away to die on the way home. She sighs, as if thinking a happy thought. Give me a chance to break every bone in your scrawny body. You're betting on my pride. I tuck her cap into one pocket and the lighter into the other. She doesn't deny it. Did I bet right? First blood is dull. It's all dancing around each other, looking for an opening. It's not real fighting. When I answer her, the word rushes out of me. Yes. Good. She lifts the tip of the cane toward the ceiling. Let's go to the roof. Well, this is very civilized, I say. You better have brought a weapon, because I'll loan you nothing. She heads toward the door with a heavy sigh, as though she really is the old woman she's glamored to be. I follow her out of her apartment, down the dimly lit hall, and into the even darker stairway, my nerves firing. I hope I know what I'm doing. She goes up the steps two at a time, eager now, slamming open a metal door at the top. I hear the clatter of steel as she draws a thin sword out of her cane. A greedy smile pulls her lips too wide, showing off her sharp teeth. I draw the long knife I have hidden in my boot. It doesn't have the best reach, but I don't have the ability to glamour things. I can't very well ride my bike around with night fell on my back. Still, right now, I really wish I'd figured out a way to do just that. I step onto the asphalt roof of the building. The sun is starting to rise, tinting the sky pink and gold. A chill breeze blows through the air, bringing with it the sense of concrete and garbage, along with goldenrod from the nearby park. My heart speeds with some combination of terror and eagerness. When Grima emoji comes at me, I am ready. I parry and move out of the way. I do it again and again, which annoys her. You promised me a threat, she growls, but at least I have a sense of how she moves. I know she's hungry for blood, hungry for violence. I know she's used to hunting prey. I just hope she's overconfident. It's possible she will make mistakes facing someone who can fight back. Unlikely, but possible. When she comes at me again, I spin and kick the back of her knee hard enough to send her crashing to the ground. She roars, scrambling up and coming at me full speed. For a moment, the fury in her face and those fearsome teeth send a horrible, paralyzing jolt through me. Monster! My mind screams. I clench my jaw against the urge to keep dodging. Our blades shine, fish scale bright in the new light of the day. The metal slams together, ringing like a bell. We battle across the roof, my feet clever as we scuff back and forth. Sweat starts on my brow and under my arms. My breath comes hot, clouding in the chill air. It feels good to be fighting someone other than myself. Grima emoji's eyes narrow, watching me, looking for weaknesses. I am conscious of every correction Madoc ever gave me, every bad habit the ghost tried to train out of me. She begins a series of brutal blows, trying to drive me to the edge of the building. I give ground, attempting to defend myself against the flurry, against the longer reach of her blade. She was holding back before, but she's not holding back now. Again and again she pushes me toward a drop through the open air. I fight with grim determination. Perspiration slicks my skin, beads between my shoulder blades. Then my foot smacks into a metal pipe sticking up through the asphalt. I stumble, and she strikes. It's all I can do to avoid getting speared, and it costs me my knife, which goes hurtling off the roof. I hear it hit the street below with a dull thud. I should never have taken this assignment. I should never have agreed to this fight. I should never have taken up Carden's offer of marriage and never been exiled to the mortal world. Anger gives me a burst of energy, and I use it to get out of Grima emoji's way, letting the momentum of her strike carry her blade down past me. Then I elbow her hard in the arm and grab for the hilt of her sword. It's not a very honorable move, but I haven't been honorable for a long time. Grima emoji is very strong, but she's also surprised. For a moment, she hesitates, but then she slams her forehead into mine. I go reeling, but I almost had her weapon. I almost had it. My head is pounding, and I feel a little dizzy. That's cheating, girl, she tells me. We're both breathing hard. I feel like my lungs are made of lead. I'm no knight. As though to emphasize the point, I pick up the only weapon I can see, a metal pole. It's heavy and has no edge whatsoever, but it's all there is. At least it's longer than the knife. She laughs. You ought to concede, but I'm delighted you haven't. I'm an optimist, I say. Now when she runs at me, she has all the speed, although I have more reach. We spin around each other, her striking and my parrying with something that swings like a baseball bat. I wish for a lot of things, but mostly to make it off this roof. My energy is flagging. I am not used to the weight of the pipe, and it's hard to maneuver. Give up, my whirling brain supplies. Cry off while you're still standing. Give her the cap, forget the money, and go home. Vivi can magic leaves into extra cash. Just this time, it wouldn't be so bad. You're not fighting for a kingdom. That, you already lost. Grima emoji comes toward me as though she can scent my despair. She puts me through my paces, a few fast, aggressive strikes in the hopes of getting under my guard. Sweat drips down my forehead, stinging my eyes. Maddock described fighting as a lot of things, as a game of strategy played at speed, as a dance, but right now it feels like an argument. Like an argument where she's keeping me too busy defending myself to score any points. Despite the strain on my muscles, I switch to holding the pipe in one hand and pull her cap from my pocket with the other. What are you doing? You promised, she begins. I throw the cap at her face. She grabs for it, distracted. In that moment, I swing the pipe at her side with all the strength in my body. I catch her in the shoulder, and she falls with a howl of pain. I hit her again, bringing the metal rod down in an arc onto her outstretched arm, sending her sword spinning across the roof. I raise the pipe to swing again. Enough. Grima emoji looks up at me from the asphalt, blood on her pointed teeth, astonishment in her face. I yield. You do? The pipe sags in my hand. Yes, little cheat, she grits out, pushing herself into a sitting position. You bested me. Now help me up. I drop the pipe and walk closer, half expecting her to pull out a knife and sink it into my side. But she only lifts a hand and allows me to haul her to her feet. She puts her cap on her head and cradles the arm I struck in the other. The court of teeth have thrown in their lot with the old Grand General your father and a whole host of other traitors. I have it on good authority that your High King is to be dethroned before the next full moon. How do you like those apples? Is that why you left? I ask her. Because you're not a traitor? I left because of another little goat. Now be off with you. This was more fun than I expected, but I think our game is at a close. Her words ring in my ears. Your High King. Dethroned. You still owe me a promise, I say, my voice coming out like a croak. And to my surprise, Grima emoji gives me one. She vows to hunt no more in the mortal lands. Come fight me again, she calls after me as I head for the stairs. I have secrets aplenty. There are so many things you don't know, daughter of Maddock. And I think you crave a little violence yourself. Chapter 3. My muscles stiffen up almost immediately, and the idea of pedaling home makes me feel so tired I'd rather just lie down on the sidewalk, so I take the bus. I get a lot of dirty looks from impatient commuters while strapping my bike to the rack on the front, but when people notice I'm bleeding, they decide in favor of ignoring me. My sense of a day's shape sits oddly with the human world. In fairy, staggering home at dawn is the equivalent of staggering home at midnight for mortals. But in the human world, the bright light of morning is supposed to banish shadows. It's a virtuous time, for early risers, not ne'er-do-wells. An elderly woman in a jaunty pink cap passes me a few tissues without comment, which I appreciate. I use them to clean myself up the best I can. For the rest of the ride, I look out the window at the blue sky, hurting and feeling sorry for myself. Raiding my pockets yields for aspirin. I take them in a single bitter mouthful. Your hiking is to be dethroned before the next full moon. How do you like those apples? I try to tell myself that I don't care. That I should be glad if Elfheim wins up Concord. Cardan has plenty of other people to warn him of what's coming. There's the Court of Shadows and half of his military. The rulers of the low courts, all sworn to him. The whole living council. Even a new seneschal, should he bother to appoint one. I don't want to think of someone else standing beside Cardan in my place, but my mind turns idly through all the worst choices anyway. He can't choose Nicasia, because she's already the ambassador of the Undersea. He won't pick Locke, because he's already the master of revels and because he's insufferable. And not Lady Asher because she'd be awful. She'd find the job boring, and she'd trade his influence for whatever benefited her the most. Surely he knows better than to choose her. But maybe he doesn't. Cardan can be reckless. Maybe he and his wicked, heedless mother will make a mockery of the Greenbrier line and the blood crown. I hope they do. I hope everybody will be sorry, and him, most of all him. And then Maddock will march in and take over. I press my forehead against the cool glass and remind myself that it's no longer my problem. Instead of trying and failing not to think about Cardan, I try not to think at all. I wake to someone shaking my shoulder. "Hey, kid," the bus driver says, worry etched in the lines of his face. Kid? There was a time when my knife would have been in my hand and pressed to his throat before he finished speaking. I realize groggily that I don't even have my knife. I forgot to scout around the outside of Grima Emoji's building and retrieve it. "I'm up," I say unconvincingly, rubbing my face with one hand. "For a minute there, I thought you'd kicked it." He frowns. "That's a lot of blood. You want me to call someone?" "I'm fine," I say. I realize the bus is mostly empty. Did I miss my stop? "We're here." He looks as though he wants to insist on getting me help. Then he shakes his head with a sigh. "Don't forget that bike." I was stiff before, but nothing like now. I creak down the aisle like a root woman pulling her limbs from the ground for the first time. My fingers fumble with the mechanics of getting my bike off the front, and I notice the rusty stain on my fingers. I wonder if I just wiped blood across my face in front of the bus driver and touched my cheek self-consciously. I can't tell. But then my bike is down, and I am able to shuffle across the grass toward the apartment building. I am going to drop the bike in the bushes and take my chances with its getting stolen. That promise to myself gets me most of the way home when I spot someone sitting on the stoop. Pink hair glowing in the sunlight. She lifts a paper coffee cup in salute. "Heather?" I say, keeping my distance. Considering how the bus driver looked at me, showing off my fresh cuts and bruises seems like a bad idea. I'm trying to get up the bravery to knock. "Ah," I say, leaning my bike down on the grass. "The bushes are too far off." "Well, you can just come in with me and—" "No," she says, and then realizing how loud that came out, lowers her voice. "I don't know if I'm going in today." I look at her again, realizing how tired she seems, how faded the pink in her hair is, as though she hasn't bothered to re-dye it. "How long have you been out here?" "Not long." She glances away from me and shrugs. "I come here sometimes. To check how I feel." With a sigh, I give up on the idea that I am going to hide that I got hurt. I walk to the stairs, then slump down on a step, too tired to keep standing. Heather stands. "Jude?" "Oh no, oh holy what happened to you?" she demands. I wince. Her voice is much too loud. SHHHH. I thought you didn't want Vivi to know you're here, I remind her. Anyway, it looks worse than it is. I just need a shower and some bandages. And a good day's sleep. Okay, she says in a way that makes me think she doesn't believe me. Let me help you go in. Please don't worry about me tripping over seeing your sister or whatever. You're actually hurt. You shouldn't have stood there talking to me. I shake my head, holding up a hand to ward off her offer. I'll be fine. Just let me sit for a minute. She gazes at me, worry warring with her desire to put off the inevitable confrontation with Vivi a little longer. I thought you were still in that place. Did you get hurt there? Fairyland. I like Heather, but I am not going to pretend away the world I grew up in because she hates the idea of it. No. This happened here. I've been staying with Vivi. Trying to figure things out. But if you move back in, I can make myself scarce. She looks down at her knees. Bites a corner of a fingernail. Shakes her head. Love is stupid. All we do is break one another's hearts. Yeah, I say, thinking again of Cardan and how I walked right into the trap he set for me, as though I were some fool who'd never heard a ballad in her life. No matter how much happiness I wish for Vivi, I don't want Heather to be the same kind of fool. Yeah, no. Love might be stupid, but you're not. I know about the message you sent Vivi. You can't go through with it. Heather takes a long sip from her cup. I have nightmares. About that place. Fairy. I can't sleep. I look at people on the street, and I wonder if they're glamoured. This world already has enough monsters, enough people who want to take advantage of me or hurt me or take away my rights. I don't need to know there's a whole other world full of monsters. So not knowing is better? I ask. She scowls and is silent. Then, when she speaks again, she looks out past me, as though she's looking at the parking lot. I can't even explain to my parents what Vi and I are fighting about. They keep asking me if she was kicking it with someone else or if having Oak around was just too much, like I can't handle him being a kid, instead of whatever he is. He's still a kid, I say. I hate being afraid of Oak, she says. I know it hurts his feelings. But I also hate that he and Vi have magic that she could use to win every argument that we could ever have. Magic to make me obsessed with her. Or turn me into a duck. And that's not even considering why I'm attracted to her in the first place. I frown. Wait, what? Heather turns toward me. Do you know what makes people love one another? Well, no one else does, either. But scientists study it, and there's all this bizarre stuff about pheromones and facial symmetry and the circumstances under which you first met. People are weird. Our bodies are weird. Maybe I can't help being attracted to her the same way flies can't help being attracted to carnivorous plants. I make an incredulous sound, but Belkin's words echo in my ears. I have heard that for mortals, the feeling of falling in love is very like the feeling of fear. Maybe he was more right than I wanted to believe. Especially when I consider my feelings for Cardan, since there was no good reason I should have had any feelings for him at all. Okay, Heather says, I know I sound ridiculous. I feel ridiculous. But I also feel afraid. And I still think we should go inside and bandage you up. Make Vivi promise not to use magic on you, I say. I can help you say the exact right words to bind her, and then I stop speaking when I see that Heather is looking at me sadly, maybe because believing in promises sounds childish. Or maybe the idea of binding Vivi with a promise sounds magical enough to freak her out more. Heather takes a deep breath. Vi told me that she grew up here, before your parents were murdered. I'm sorry to even mention it, but I know she's messed up about it. I mean, of course she is. Anyone would be. She takes a breath. She's waiting to see how I react. I think about her words as I sit on the stairs, bruises coming up beside sluggishly bleeding slashes. Anyone would be. Nope, not me, not messed up at all. I remember a much younger Vivi, who was furious all the time, who screamed and broke whatever she touched. Who slapped me every time I let Maddock hold me in the crook of his arm. Who seemed as though she would bring down his entire hall with her rage. But that was so long ago. We all gave into our new life, it was just a matter of when. I don't say any of that. Heather takes a shaky breath. The thing is, I wonder if she's, playing house with me. Pretending her life went the way she wanted. Pretending she never found out who she was and where she was from. I reach out and take Heather's hand. Vivi stayed so long in Fairy for me and Taryn, I say. She didn't want to be there. And the reason she finally left was because of you. Because she loved you. So yeah, Vivi took the easy way out in not explaining stuff. She should definitely have told you the truth about Fairy. And she should have never, ever used magic on you, even if it was out of panic. But now you know. And I guess you have to decide if you can forgive her. She starts to say something, then stops herself. Would you? She asks finally. I don't know, I say, looking at my knees. I am not a very forgiving person these days. Heather stands. Okay. You rested. Now get up. You need to go inside and take a bath in Neosporin. You probably should see a doctor, but I know what you're going to say about that. You're right, I say. Right about everything. No doctor. I roll onto my side to try to push myself to my feet, and when Heather comes over to help me, I let her. I even lean my weight on her as we limp together to the door. I have given up on being proud. As Brian reminded me, I am no one special. Heather and I go together through the kitchen, past the table with oak cereal bowl sitting on it, still half full of pink milk. 2 empty coffee mugs rest beside a box of Fruit Loops. I note the number of mugs before my brain gives meaning to that detail. Just as Heather helps me into the living room, I realize we must have a guest. Vivi is sitting on the couch. Her face lights up when she sees Heather. She looks at her like someone who just stole a giant's magnificent talking harp and knows consequences are on the horizon but can't bring herself to care. My gaze goes to the person beside her, sitting primly in a fanciful Elfheim court dress of gossamer and spun glass. My twin sister, Taryn. Chapter 4. Adrenaline floods my body, despite my stiffness and soreness and bruises. I'd like to put my hands around Taryn's neck and squeeze until her head pops off. Vivi stands, maybe because of my murderous look, but probably because Heather is right beside me. You, I say to my twin. Get out. Wait, Taryn says, standing, too. Please. Now we're all up, looking at one another across the small living room as though we're about to brawl. There's nothing I want to hear out of your lying mouth. I'm glad to have a target for all the feelings Grima emoji and Heather stirred up. A deserving target. Get out, or I'll throw you out. This is Vivi's apartment, Taryn counters. This is my apartment, Heather reminds us. And you're hurt, Jude. I don't care. And if you all want her here, then I can go. With that, I turn and force myself to walk back to the door and down the stairs. The screen door bangs. Then Taryn rushes in front of me, her gown blowing in the morning breeze. If I didn't know what a real princess of Fairy looked like, I might think she resembled one. For a moment, it seems impossible that we're related, no less identical. What happened to you? She asks. You look like you got into a fight. I don't speak. I just keep walking. I am not even sure where I am going, as slow and stiff and sore as I am. Maybe to Brian. He'll find me a place to crash, even if I won't like the price later. Even bunking with Grima emoji would be better than this. I need your help, Tarin says. No, I say. No. Absolutely not. Never. If that's why you came here, now you've got your answer and you can leave. Jude, just hear me out. She walks in front of me, causing me to have to look at her. I glance up and then start to circle the billowing skirts of her dress. Also no, I say. No, I won't help you. No, I won't hear you explain why I should. It really is a magical word, no. You say whatever bullshit you want, and I just say no. Locke is dead, she blurts out. I wheel around. Above us, the sky is bright and blue and clear. Birds call to one another from nearby trees. In the distance, there's the sound of construction and road traffic. In this moment, the juxtaposition of standing in the mortal world and hearing about the demise of an immortal being, one that I knew, one that I kissed, is especially surreal. Dead? It seems impossible, even after everything I've seen. Are you sure? The night before his wedding, Locke and his friends tried to ride me down like a pack of dogs chasing a fox. I promised to pay him back for that. If he's dead, I never will. Nor will he ever plan another party for the purpose of humiliating Cardan. He won't laugh with Nicasia nor play Tarin and me against each other again. Maybe I should be relieved, for all the trouble he caused. But I am surprised by feeling grief instead. Tarin takes a breath, as if steeling herself. He's dead because I killed him. I shake my head, as though that's going to help me understand what she's saying. What? She looks more embarrassed than anything else, as though she were confessing to some kind of dumb accident instead of to murdering her husband. I am uncomfortably reminded of Maddox, standing over 3 screaming children a moment after cutting down their parents, surprise on his face. As though he hadn't quite meant for it to go so far. I wonder if that's how Tarin feels. I knew I'd grown up to be more like Maddox than I was comfortable with, but I never thought she and he were anything alike. And I need you to pretend to be me, she finishes, with no apparent worry, that suggesting the very trick that allowed Maddox to march off with half of Cardan's army, the very trick that doomed me to agreeing to the plan that got me exiled, is in poor taste. Just for a few hours. Why? I start, and then realize I am not being clear. Not the pretending part. I mean, why did you kill him? She takes a breath, then looks back at the apartment. Come inside, and I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Please, Jude. I look toward the apartment and reluctantly admit to myself I have nowhere else to go. I don't want to go to Brian. I want to go back inside and rest in my own bed. And despite being exhausted, I can't deny that the prospect of sneaking into Elfheim as Tarin has an unsettling appeal. The very thought of being there, of seeing Cardan, speeds my heart. At least no one is privy to my thoughts. Stupid as they are, they remain my own. Inside, Heather and Vivi are standing in a corner of the kitchen near the coffee pot, having an intense conversation that I don't want to disturb. At least they're finally talking. That's one good thing. I head into Oak's room, where the few clothes I have are shoved in the bottom drawer of his dresser. Tarin follows, frowning. I'm going to take a shower, I tell her. And smear some ointment on myself. You're going to make me some magical healing yarrow tea from the kitchen. Then I'll be ready to hear your confession. Let me help you out of that, Tarin says with an exasperated shake of her head when I'm about to object. You have no squire. Nor any armor for her to polish, I say, but I don't fight when she lifts my shirt over sore limbs. It's stiff with blood, and I wince when she tugs it free. I inspect my cuts for the first time, raw and red and puffy. I suspect Grima emoji of not keeping her knife as clean as I'd like. Tarin turns on the shower, adjusting the taps and then guiding me over the tub's edge to stand in the warming spray. Being sisters, we've seen each other naked a bajillion times over the years, but as her gaze goes to the messy scar on my leg, I recall she's never seen it before. Vivi said something, Taryn says slowly. About the night before my wedding. You were late, and when you came, you were quiet and pale. Sick. I worried it was because you still loved him, but Vivi insists that isn't true. She says you got hurt. I nod. I remember that night. Did Locke do something? She isn't looking at me now. Her gaze is on the tiles, then on a framed drawing Oak did of Heather, brown crayon for her skin bleeding into pink for her hair. I grab the body wash that Vivi buys at the organic store, the one that's supposed to be naturally antibacterial, and smear it liberally over the dried blood. It smells bleachy and stings like hell. You mean, did he try to kill me? Taryn nods. I catch her eye. She already knows the answer. Why didn't you say something? Why did you let me marry him, she demands. I didn't know, I admit. I didn't know it was Locke who'd led a hunt for me until I saw you wearing the earrings I lost that night. And then I got taken by the underseer. And soon after I got back, you betrayed me, so I figured it didn't matter. Taryn frowns, clearly torn between the urge to argue and an effort to stay quiet to win me over. A moment later, arguing triumphs. We're twins, after all. I just did what Dad said. I didn't think it mattered. You had all that power and you wouldn't use it. But I never wanted to hurt you. I think I prefer Locke and his friends chasing me around the woods to you stabbing me in the back. Again. I can see her visibly stopping herself from saying anything more, taking a breath, biting her tongue. I'm sorry, she says, and slips out of the bathroom, leaving me to finish my shower alone. I turn up the heat and take a long time. When I come out, Heather has left, and Taryn has gone through the fridge and constructed some kind of nervous energy tea party out of our leftovers. A big pot of tea sits at the center of the table, along with a smaller pot of the yarrow. She has taken our last half sleeve of ginger snap cookies and arranged them on a tray. Our bread got turned into 2 kinds of sandwiches, ham and celery, peanut butter and Cheerios. Vivi is brewing a pot of coffee and watching Taryn with a worried expression. I pour myself a mug of the healing tea and drink it down, then pour myself another. Clean, bandaged, and dressed in new clothes, I feel a lot more clear-headed and ready to deal with the news that Locke is dead and that my twin sister murdered him. I pick up a ham sandwich and take a bite. The celery is crunchy and a little weird, but not bad. Suddenly, I am aware of how hungry I am. I shove the rest of the sandwich into my mouth and pile 2 more onto a plate. Taryn wrings her hands, pressing them together and then against her dress. I snapped, she says. Neither Vivi nor I speak. I try to crunch my celery more quietly. He promised he would love me until he died, but his love didn't protect me from his unkindness. He warned me that the folk don't love as we do. I didn't understand until he left me alone in his great, awful house for weeks on end. I cultivated hybrid roses in the garden and commissioned new curtains and hosted month-long revels for his friends. It didn't matter. I was sometimes louche and sometimes chaste. I gave him everything. But he said that all the story had gone out of me. I raised my eyebrows. That was an awful thing for him to say, but not necessarily what I expected to be his last words. I guess you showed him. Vivi laughs abruptly and then glares at me for making her laugh. Taryn's eyelashes sparkle with unshed tears. I guess so, she says in a flat, dull voice that I find hard to interpret. I tried to explain how things had to change but he acted as though I was being ridiculous. He kept talking, as if he could talk me out of my own feelings. There was a jeweled letter opener on the desk and you remember all those lessons Maddox gave us. The next thing I knew, the point of it was in Locke's throat. And then he was finally quiet, but when I took it out, there was so much blood. So you didn't mean to kill him? Vivi asks. Taryn doesn't answer. I get what it feels like to shove things down for long enough that they erupt. I also get what it's like to shove a knife in somebody. It's okay, I say, not sure if that's true. She turns to me. I thought we were nothing alike, you and I. But it turns out we're just the same. I don't think she believes that to be a good thing. Where's his body now? I ask, trying to focus on the practical. We need to get rid of it and... Taryn shakes her head. His body was already discovered. How? What did you do? Before, I was frustrated she came to ask for help, but now I'm annoyed she didn't come sooner, when I could have taken care of this. I dragged his body down to the waves. I thought the tide would carry him away, but he just washed up again on another beach. At least some of him was chewed. It was harder for them to tell how he died. She looks at me helplessly, as though she still can't conceive how any of this is happening to her. I'm not a bad person. I take a sip of my yarrow tea. I didn't say you were. There's going to be an inquest, Taryn goes on. They're going to glamour me and ask questions. I won't be able to lie. But if you answer in my place, you can say honestly that you didn't kill him. Jude is exiled, Vivi says. Banished until she gets the Crown's forgiveness or some other high-handed crap. If they catch her, they'll kill her. It will just be a few hours, Taryn says, looking from one of us to the other. And no one will know. Please. Vivi groans. It's too risky. I say nothing, which seems to be the thing that tips her off that I am considering it. You want to go, don't you? Vivi asks, fixing me with a shrewd look. You want an excuse to go back there. But once they glamour you, they'll ask your name. Or ask something else that will tip them off when you don't answer the way Taryn would. And then you'll be screwed. I shake my head. I had a geese placed on me. It protects me from glamours. I hate how much the idea of returning to Elfheim thrills me, hate how much I want another bite at the Ever Apple, another chance at power, another shot at him. Maybe there's a way around my exile, too, if only I can find it. Taryn frowns. A geese? Why? Vivi fixes me with a glare. Tell her. Tell her what you really did. Tell her what you are and why you can't go back there. There's something in Taryn's face, a little like fear. Maddock must have explained that I'd gained a promise of obedience from Cardan, otherwise, how would she have known to order him to release half the army from their vows? Since I've been back in the mortal world, I've had a lot of time to go over what happened between us. I am sure Taryn was angry with me for not telling her about my hold over Cardan. I am sure Taryn was even angrier that I pretended I couldn't persuade Cardan to dismiss Locke from being master of revels, when, in fact, I could have commanded him. But she had a lot of other reasons to help Maddock. After all, he was our father, too. Maybe she wanted to play the great game. Maybe she thought of all the things he could do for her if he were sitting on the throne. I should have told you everything, about Dane and the Court of Shadows, but Vivi interrupts me. Skip that part, she says. Cut to the chase. Tell her what you are. I've heard of the Court of Shadows, says Taryn quickly. They're spies. Are you saying you're a spy? I shake my head because I finally understand what Vivi wants me to explain. She wants me to say that Cardan married me and made me, effectively, High Queen of Elfheim. But I can't. Every time I even think about it, I feel a rush of shame for believing he wasn't going to play me. I don't think I can explain any part of it without seeming like a fool, and I am not ready to be that vulnerable with Taryn. I need to end this conversation, so I say the one thing I know will distract them both, for very different reasons. I've decided to go and be Taryn in the inquest. I'll be back in a day or two, and then I'll explain everything to her. I promise. Can't you both just stay here in the mortal world? Vivi asks. Screw fairy. Screw all this. We'll get a bigger place. Even if Taryn stays with us, it would be better for her not to skip out on the High King's inquest, I say. And I can bring back stuff we can pawn for some easy cash. We've got to pay for that bigger place somehow. Vivi gives me an exasperated look. We could stop living in apartments and playing at being mortal whenever you like. I did this for Heather. If it's just us, we can take over one of the abandoned warehouses by the waterfront and glamour it so no one ever comes inside. We can steal all the money we need to buy anything at all. Just say the word, Jude. I take the $500 I fought for out of my jacket and place it on the table. Brian will be by with the other half later today. Since we're still playing at being mortal. And since Heather is apparently still around. Now I am going to go take a nap. When I get up, I'm going to ferry. Taryn looks at the money on the table with some confusion. If you needed. If you get caught, you'll be executed, Jude, Vivi reminds me, interrupting whatever offer Taryn was about to make. I'm glad. I might be willing to do this, but it certainly doesn't mean I forgive her. Or that we're close now. And I don't want her acting as though it does. Then I won't get caught, I tell them both. Chapter 5. Since Oak is at school, I curl up in his bed. As hurt as I am, sleep overtakes me quickly, sucking me down into darkness. And dreams. I am at lessons in the Palace Grove, sitting in the long shadows of the late afternoon. The moon has already risen, a sharp crescent in the cloudless blue sky. I draw a star chart from memory, my ink a dark red that clots on the paper. It's blood, I realize. I am dabbing my quill into an ink pot full of blood. Across the grove, I see Prince Cardan, sitting with his usual companions. Valerian and Locke look strange, their clothing moth-eaten, their skin pallid, and only inky smudges where their eyes ought to be. Nicasia doesn't seem to notice. Her sea-colored hair hangs down her back in heavy coils, her lips are twisted into a mocking smile, as though nothing in the world is wrong. Cardan wears a blood-stained crown, tilted at an angle, the sharp planes of his face as hauntingly beautiful as ever. Do you remember what I said before I died? Valerian calls to me in his taunting voice. I curse you. 3 times, I curse you. As you've murdered me, may your hands always be stained with blood. May death be your only companion. May that's when I died, so I never got to say the rest. Would you like to hear it now? May your life be brief and shrouded in sorrow, and when you die, may you go unmourned. I shudder. Yeah, that last bit really was the zinger. Cardan comes over, stepping on my star chart, kicking over the inkpot with his silver-tipped boots, sending the blood spilling across the paper, blotting out my marks. Come with me, he says imperiously. I knew you liked her, says Locke. That's why I had to have her first. Do you remember the party in my maze garden? How I kissed her while you watched? I recall that your hands were on her, but her eyes were on me, Cardan returns. That's not true. I insist, but I remember Cardan on a blanket with a daffodil-haired fairy girl. She pressed her lips to the edge of his boot, and another girl kissed his throat. His gaze had turned to me when one of them began kissing his mouth. His eyes were coal-bright, as wet as tar. The memory comes with the slide of Locke's palm over my back, heat in my cheeks, and the feeling my skin was too tight, that everything was too much. Come with me, Cardan says again, drawing me away from the blood-soaked star chart and the others taking their lessons. I am a prince of fairy. You have to do what I want. He leads me to the dappled shade of an oak tree, then lifts me up so I am seated on a low branch. He keeps his hands on my waist and moves closer, so that he's standing between my thighs. Isn't this better, he says, gazing up at me. I am not sure what he means, but I nod. You're so beautiful. He begins to trace patterns on my arms, then runs his hands down my sides. So very beautiful. His voice is soft, and I make the mistake of looking into his black eyes, at his wicked, curving mouth. But your beauty will fade, he continues, just as softly, speaking like a lover. His hands linger, making my stomach tighten and warmth pool in my belly. This smooth skin will wrinkle and spot. It will become as thin as cobwebs. These breasts will droop. Your hair will grow dull and thin. Your teeth will yellow. And all you have and all you are will rot away to nothing. You will be nothing. You are nothing. I'm nothing, I echo, feeling helpless in the face of his words. You come from nothing, and it is to nothing you will return, he whispers against my neck. A sudden panic overtakes me. I need to get away from him. I push off the edge of the branch, but I don't hit the ground. I just fall and fall and fall through the air, dropping like Alice down the rabbit hole. Then the dream changes. I am on a slab of stone, wrapped in fabric. I try to get up, but I can't move. It's as though I am a carved doll made of wood. My eyes are open, but I can't shift my head, can't blink, can't do anything. All I can do is stare at the same cloudless sky, the same sharp scythe of a moon. Maddock comes into view, standing over me, looking down with his cat eyes. It's a shame, he says, as though I am beyond hearing. If only she stopped fighting me, I would have given her everything she ever wanted. She was never an obedient girl, says Oriana beside him. Not like her sister. Taryn is there, too, a delicate tear running over her cheek. They were only ever going to let one of us survive. It was always going to be me. You're the sister who spits out toads and snakes. I'm the sister who spits out rubies and diamonds. The three of them leave. Vivi stands beside me next, pressing her long fingers to my shoulder. I should have saved you, Vivi says. It was always my job to save you. My funeral will be next, Oak whispers a moment later. Nikasia's voice travels, as though she is speaking from far away. They say fairies weep at weddings and laugh at funerals, but I thought your wedding and funeral were equally funny. Then Cardan comes into view, a fond smile on his lips. When he speaks, he does so in a conspiratorial whisper. When I was a child, we would stage burials, like little plays. The mortals were dead, of course, or at least they were by the end. At that, I can finally speak. You're lying, I say. Of course I'm lying, he returns. This is your dream. Let me show you. He presses a warm hand against my cheek. I love you, Jude. I've loved you for a long time. I will never stop loving you. Stop it, I say. Then it's Locke standing over me, water spilling from his mouth. Let's be sure she's really dead. A moment later, he plunges a knife into my chest. It goes in over and over and over again. At that, I wake, my face wet with tears and a scream in my throat. I kick off my covers. Outside, it's dark. I must have slept the whole day away. Flicking on the lights, I take deep breaths, check my brow for fever. I wait for my jangling nerves to settle. The more I think about the dream, the more disturbed I am. I go out to the living room, where I find a pizza box open on the coffee table. Someone has placed dandelion heads beside the pepperoni on a few of the slices. Oak is trying to explain Rocket League to Taryn. Both of them look over at me warily. Hey, I say to my twin. Can I talk to you? Sure, Taryn says, getting up from the couch. I walk back into Oak's bedroom and perch on the edge of his bed. I need to know if you came here because you were told to come, I say. I need to know if this is a trap set by the High King to lure me into violating the terms of my exile. Taryn looks surprised, but to her credit, she doesn't ask me why I would think such a thing. One of her hands goes to her stomach, fingers spreading over her belly. No, she says. But I didn't tell you everything. I wait, unsure what she's talking about. I've been thinking about Mom, she says finally. I always thought she left Elfheim because she fell in love with our mortal dad, but now I'm not so sure. I don't understand, I say. I'm pregnant, she says, her voice a whisper. For centuries, mortals have been valued for their ability to conceive fairy children. Our blood is less sluggish than that of the folk. Fairy women would be fortunate to bear a single child over the course of their long lives. Most never will. But a mortal wife is another matter. I knew all that, and yet it never occurred to me that Taryn and Locke would conceive a child. Wow, I say, my gaze going to her hand spread protectively over her stomach. Oh. No one should have the childhood we had, she says. Had she imagined bringing up a child in that house, with Locke messing with both of their heads? Or was it because she imagined that if she left, he might hunt her down as Madoc hunted down our mother? I am not sure. And I am not sure I should push her, either. Now that I am better rested, I can see in her the signs of exhaustion I missed before. The red-rimmed eyes. A certain sharpness to her features that marks forgetting to eat. I realize that she has come to us because she has nowhere else to go and she had to believe there was every chance I wouldn't help her. Did he know? I ask finally. Yes, she says, and pauses as though she's recalling that conversation. And possibly the murder. But I haven't told anyone else. No one but you. And telling Locke went well, you already heard how it went. I don't know what to say to that, but when she makes a helpless gesture toward me, I come into her arms, leaning my head on her shoulder. I know there are a lot of things I ought to have told her and a lot she ought to have told me. I know we haven't been kind. I know she's hurt me, more than she can guess. But for all that, she's still my sister. My widowed, murderer sister with a baby on the way. An hour later, I am packed and ready to leave. Taryn has drilled me in the details of her day, about the folk she talks to regularly, about the running of Locke's estate. She has given me a pair of gloves to disguise my missing finger. She has changed out of her elegant dress of gossamer and spun glass. I am wearing it now, my hair arranged in a rough estimation of hers while she wears my black leggings and sweater. Thank you, she says, a thing the folk never say. Thanks are considered rude, trivializing the complicated dance of debt and repayment. But that's not what mortals mean by thanking one another. That's not what they mean at all. Still, I shrug off her words. No worries. Oak comes over to be picked up, even though at 8 he is all long limbs and gangly boy body. Squeeze hug, he says, which means he jumps up and wraps his arms around your neck, half strangling you. I submit to this and squeeze him back hard, slightly out of breath. Setting him down, I pull off my ruby ring, the one Cardan stole and then returned to me during our exchange of vows. One I can definitely not have with me while posing as Taryn. Will you keep this safe? Just until I get back. I will, Oak says solemnly. Come back soon. I'll miss you. I am surprised by his sweetness, especially after our last encounter. Soon as I can, I promise, pressing a kiss to his brow. Then I go to the kitchen. Vivi is waiting for me. Together, we walk out onto the grass, where she has cultivated a small patch of ragwort. Taryn trails after us, pulling at the sleeve of the sweater she's wearing. You're sure about this? Vivi asks, plucking a plant at the root. I look at her, shrouded in shadows, her hair lit by the street lamp. It usually looks brown like mine, but in the right light it is woven through with strands of a gold that is almost green. Vivi has never hungered for fairy as I have. How can she, when she carries it with her wherever she goes? You know I'm sure, I say. Now, are you going to tell me what happened with Heather? She shakes her head. Stay alive if you want to find out. Then she blows on the ragwort. Steed, rise and bear my sister where she commands. By the time the flowering stem falls to the ground, it is already changing into an emaciated yellow pony with emerald eyes and a manet of lacy fronds. It snorts at the air and strikes the ground with its hooves, almost as eager to fly as I am. Locke's estate is as I remembered it: tall spires and mossy tiles, covered in a thick curtain of honeysuckle and ivy. A hedge maze crosses the grounds in a dizzying pattern. The whole place looks straight out of a fairy tale, the kind where love is a simple thing, never the cause of pain. At night, the human world looks as though it's full of fallen stars. The words come to me suddenly, what Locke said when we stood together at the top of his tallest tower. I urge the ragwort horse to land, and swing down from its back, leaving it pawing the ground as I head toward the grand front doors. They slide open at my approach. A pair of servants stand just inside, mushroomy skins so pale that their veins are visible, giving them the appearance of a matched set of old marble statues. Small, powdery wings sag from their shoulders. They regard my approach with their cold, ink-drop eyes, recalling to me all at once the inhumanity of the folk. I take a deep breath and draw myself to my full height. Then I head inside. Welcome back, my lady, the female says. They are brother and sister, Tarin informed me. Nera and Neve. Their debt was to Locke's father, but they were left behind when he departed, to serve out the rest of their time taking care of his son. They snuck around before, staying out of sight, but Tarin forbade them from doing so after she came to live there. In the mortal world, I have become acclimated to thanking people for small services and now have to bite back the words. It's good to be home, I say instead, and sweep past them into the hall. It's changed from what I remember. Before, the rooms were largely empty, and where they were not, the furniture was old and heavy, the upholstery stiff with age. The long dining table had been bare, as had been the floors. Not anymore. Cushions and rugs, goblets and trays and half-full decanters cover every surface, all of them in a riot of colors: vermilion and umber, peacock blue and bottle green, gold and damson plum. The coverlet of a daybed is smeared with a thin golden powder, perhaps from a recent guest. I frown a moment too long, my reflection mirrored back to me in a polished silver urn. The servants are watching, and I have no cause to study rooms with which I am supposed to be familiar. So I try to smooth out my expression. To hide that I am puzzling out the parts of Tarin's life she didn't tell me about. She designed these rooms, I am sure. Her bed in Maddox's stronghold was always massed with bright pillows. She loves beautiful things. And yet, I cannot miss that this is a place made for bacchanalia, for decadence. She spoke of hosting month-long revels, but only now do I imagine her spread out on the pillows, drunk and laughing and maybe kissing people. Maybe doing more than kissing people. My sister, my twin, was always more lark than grackle, more shy than sensualist. Or at least I thought she was. While I walked the path of daggers and poison, she walked the no less fraught path of desire. I turn toward the stairs, unsure that I am going to pull this off after all. I go back over what I know, over the explanation that Tarin and I came up with together for the last time I saw Locke. He had been planning to meet with a Selkie, I will say, with whom he was carrying on an affair. It was plausible, after all. And the Undersea had so recently been at odds with the land that I hope folk will be inclined against them. Will you take dinner in the Grand Hall? Neve asks, trailing behind me. I'd prefer a tray in my room, I say, unwilling to eat alone at that long table and be waited on in conspicuous silence. Up I go, fairly sure I recall the way. I open a door with trepidation. For a moment, I think I am in the wrong place, but it is only that Locke's room has changed, too. The bed is bedecked in curtains embroidered with foxes stalking through tall trees. A low divan sits in front of the bed, where a few gowns are scattered, and a small desk is cluttered with paper and pens. I go to Taryn's dressing chamber and look at her dresses, a collection less riotous in color than the furnishings she chose, but no less beautiful. I choose a shift and a heavy satin robe to wear over it, then strip off her dress of gossamer and glass. The fabric shivers against my skin. I stand in front of the mirror in her bedroom and comb out my hair. I stare at myself, trying to see what might give me away. I am more muscular, but clothes can hide that. My hair is shorter, but not by much. And then, of course, there's my temper. "Greetings, Your Majesty," I say, trying to imagine myself in the High Court again. What would Taryn do? I sink into a low curtsy. It's been too long. Of course, Taryn probably saw him quite recently. For her, it hasn't been long at all. Panic drums in my chest. I am going to have to do more than answer questions at the inquest. I am going to have to pretend that I am a cordial acquaintance of High King Cardan to his face. I fix myself with a look in the mirror, trying to summon the correct expression of deference, trying not to scowl. "Greetings, Your Majesty, you betraying toad." No, that wouldn't work, no matter how good it felt. "Greetings, Your Majesty," I try again. I didn't kill my husband, even though he richly deserved it. There is a knock on the door, and I startle. Nira has brought a large wooden tray, which he sets on the bed and then departs with a bow, barely making a sound as he goes. On it are toast and a marmalade with a cloying, strange scent that makes my mouth water. It takes longer than it ought for me to realize it's fairy fruit. And they've brought it as though it's nothing to Taryn, as though she eats it regularly. Did Locke give it to her without her knowing? Or did she take it deliberately, as a sort of recreational blurring of the senses? Once again, I am lost. At least there's also a pot of nettle tea, soft cheese, and 3 hard-boiled duck eggs. It's a simple dinner, other than the weirdness of the fairy fruit. I drink the tea and eat the eggs and toast. The marmalade, I hide in a napkin that I tuck in the very back of the closet. If Taryn finds it mouldering weeks from now, well, that's a small price to pay for the favor she's getting out of me. I look at the dresses again, try to choose one for the day ahead. Nothing whimsical. My husband is supposed to be dead, and I am supposed to be sad. Unfortunately, while Taryn's commissions for me were almost entirely black, her own closet is empty of the color. I push past silk and satin, past brocade in the pattern of forests with animals peeking out from between the leaves, and embroidered velvets of sage green and sky blue. Finally, I settle on a dark bronze dress and drag it over to the divan, along with a pair of midnight blue gloves. I rifle through her jewelry box and pull out the earrings I gave her. One a moon, the other a star, crafted by the master smith Grimsen, magic to make the wearer more beautiful. I itch to sneak out of Locke's domain and back into the Court of Shadows. I want nothing more than to visit the Roach and the Bomb, to hear gossip from the court, to be in those familiar underground rooms. But those rooms are gone, destroyed by the ghost when he betrayed us to the undersea. I don't know where the Court of Shadows operates out of now. And I can't risk it. Opening the window, I sit at Taryn's desk and sip nettle tea, drinking in the sharp salt scent of the sea and the wild honeysuckle and the distant breeze through fir trees. I take a deep breath, at home and homesick all at the same time. Chapter 6. The inquest is set to happen when the first of the stars is visible in the sky. I arrive at the High Court in Taryn's bronze dress, with a shawl over my shoulders, gloves on my fingers, and my hair swept into a loose chignon. My heart races, and I hope that no one can sense the nervous sweat starting under my arms. As the High King's seneschal, I was accorded a certain kind of deference. Although I lived 8 years in Elfheim without it, I got very used to it very quickly. As Taryn, I am watched with suspicion when I push my way through a crowd that no longer automatically parts for me. She is the daughter of a traitor, the sister of an outcast, and the suspected murderer of her husband. Their gazes are greedy, as though they hope for the spectacle of her guilt and punishment. But they still are not afraid of her. Even with her alleged crime, they see her as immortal and weak. Good, I suppose. The weaker she seems, the more believable her innocence. My gaze darts away from the dais even as I move toward it. High King Cardan's presence seems to infect the very air I breathe. For a wild moment, I consider turning and getting out of there before he spots me. I don't know if I can do this. I feel a little dizzy. I don't know if I can look at him and not show on my face any of what I am feeling. I take a deep breath and let it out again, reminding myself that he won't know I'm the one standing in front of him. He didn't recognize Tarin when she dressed in my clothes, and he won't recognize me now. Plus, I tell myself, if you don't pull this off, you and Tarin are both in a lot of trouble. I am suddenly reminded of all the reasons Vivi told me this was a bad idea. She's right. This is ridiculous. I am supposed to be exiled until such time as I am pardoned by the crown, on pain of death. It occurs to me that maybe he made a mistake with that phrasing. Maybe I can pardon myself. But then I remember when I insisted I was the Queen of Fairy, and the guards laughed. Cardan didn't need to deny me. He only had to say nothing. And if I pardoned myself, he would only have to say nothing again. No, if he recognizes me, I will have to run and hide and hope that my training with the Court of Shadows wins out over the training of the guard. But then the court will know that Tarin is guilty otherwise. Why have me stand in her stead? And if I don't manage to escape? Idly, I wonder what sort of execution Cardan might order. Maybe he'd strap me to some rocks and let the sea do the work. Nicasia would like that. If he's not in the mood, though, there's also beheading, hanging, exsanguination, drawn and quartered, fed whole to a riding toad. Tarin Duarte, says a knight, interrupting my morose thoughts. His voice is cold, his chased silver armor marking him as one of Cardan's personal guard. Wife of Locke. You must stand in the place of petitioners. I move there, disoriented at the thought of standing where I had seen so many before when I was the seneschal. Then I remember myself and make the deep curtsy of someone comfortable with submission to the High King's will. Since I cannot do that while looking at his face, I make sure that I keep my gaze on the ground. Tarin? Cardan asks, and the sound of his voice, the familiarity of it, is shocking. With no more excuses, I raise my eyes to his. He is even more horrifically beautiful than I was able to recall. They're all beautiful, unless they're hideous. That's the nature of the folk. Our mortal minds cannot conceive of them, our memory blunts their power. His every finger sparks with a ring. An etched and jeweled breastplate in polished gold hangs from his shoulders, covering a frothy white shirt. Boots curl up at his toes and rise high over his knees. His tail is visible, curled to one side of his leg. I suppose he has decided it is no longer something he needs to hide. At his brow, of course, is the blood crown. He regards me with gold-rimmed black eyes, a smirk hovering at the corners of his mouth. His black hair tumbles around his face, unbound and a little messy, as though he's recently risen from someone's bed. I can't stop marveling at how I once had power over him, over the High King of Fairy. How I once was arrogant enough to believe I could keep it. I remember the slide of his mouth on mine. I remember how he tricked me. Your Majesty, I say, because I have to say something and because everything I practiced began with that. We recognize your grief, he says, sounding annoyingly regal. We would not disturb your mourning were it not for questions over the cause of your husband's death. Do you really think she's sad? Asks Nicasia. She is standing beside a woman it takes me a moment to place, Cardan's mother, Lady Asher, done up in a silvery dress, jeweled tips covering the points of her horns. Lady Asher's face has been highlighted in silver as well, silver along her cheekbones and shining on her lips. Nicasia, meanwhile, wears the colors of the sea. Her gown is the green of kelp, deep and rich. Her aqua hair is braided up and adorned with a cunning crown made of fish bones and jaws. At least neither of them is on the dais beside the High King. The position of seneschal appears still to be open. I want to snap at Nicasia, but Tarin wouldn't, so I don't. I say nothing, cursing myself for knowing what Tarin wouldn't do, but being less sure what she would. Nicasia steps closer, and I am surprised to see sorrow in her face. Locke was her friend, once, and her lover. I don't think he was particularly good at either, but I guess that doesn't mean she wanted him dead. Did you kill Locke yourself, she asks. Or did you get your sister to do it for you? Jude is in exile, I say, my words coming out dangerously soft instead of the regular kind of soft they were intended to be. And I've never hurt Locke. No? Cardan says, leaning forward on his throne. Vines shiver behind him. His tail twitches. I love. I can't quite make my mouth say the words, but they are waiting. I force them out and try to force out a little sob, too. I loved him. Sometimes I believed that you did, yes, Cardan says absently. But you could well be lying. I am going to put a glamour on you. All it will do is force you to tell us the truth. He curves his hand, and magic shimmers in the air. I feel nothing. Such is the power of Dane's geese, I suppose. Not even the High King's glamour can ensorcell me. Now, says Cardan. Tell me only the truth. What is your name? Tarin Duarte, I say with a curtsy, grateful at how easy the lie comes. Daughter of Madoc, wife of Locke, subject of the High King of Elfheim. His mouth curves. What fine courtly manners. I was well instructed. He ought to know. We were instructed together. Did you murder Locke? He asks. Around me, the hum of conversation slows. There are no songs, little laughter, few clinks of cups. The folk are intent, wondering if I am about to confess. No, I say, and give a pointed look to Nicasia. Nor did I orchestrate his death. Perhaps we ought to look to the sea, where he was found. Nicasia turns her attention to Cardan. We know that Jude murdered Belkin. She confessed as much. And I have long suspected her of killing Valerian. If Tarin isn't the culprit, then Jude must be. Queen Aula, my mother, swore a truce with you. What possible gain could she have from the murder of your master of revels? She knew he was your friend and mine. Her voice breaks at the end, although she tries to mask it. Her grief is obviously genuine. I try to summon tears. It would be useful to cry right now, but standing in front of Cardan, I cannot weep. He peers down at me, black brows drawn together. Well, what do you think? Did your sister do it? And don't tell me what I already know. Yes, I sent Jude into exile. That may or may not have deterred her. I wish I could punch him in his smug face and show him how undeterred I am by his exile. She had no reason to hate Locke, I lie. I don't think she wished him ill. Is that so? Cardan says. Perhaps it is only court gossip, but there is a popular tale about you, your sister, and Locke, Lady Asher ventures. She loved him, but he chose you. Some sisters cannot bear to see the other happy. Cardan glances at his mother. I wonder what has drawn her to Nicasia, unless it is only that they are both awful. And I wonder what Nicasia makes of her. Aula might be a ferocious and terrifying queen of the Undersea, and I never want to spend another moment in her presence, but I believe she cherishes Nicasia. Surely Nicasia would expect more of Cardan's mother than the thin gruel of emotion she has served her son. Jude never loved Locke. My face feels hot, but my shame is an excellent cover to hide behind. She loved someone else. He's the one she'd want dead. I am pleased to see Cardan flinch. Enough, he says before I can go on. I have heard all I care to on this subject. No. Nicasia interrupts, causing everyone under the hill to stir a little. It is immense presumption to interrupt the High King. Even for a princess. Especially for an ambassador. A moment after she speaks, she seems to realize it, but she goes on anyway. Tarin could have a charm on her, something that makes her resistant to glamours. Cardan gives Nicasia a scathing look. He does not like her undermining his authority. And yet, after a moment, his anger gives way to something else. He gives me one of his most awful smiles. I suppose she'll have to be searched. Nicasia's mouth curves to match his. It feels like being back at lessons on the palace grounds, conspired against by the children of the gentry. I recall the more recent humiliation of being crowned the Queen of Mirth, stripped in front of revelers. If they take my gown now, they will see the bandages on my arms, the fresh slashes on my skin for which I have no good explanation. They will guess I am not Tarin. I can't let that happen. I summon all the dignity I can muster, trying to imitate my stepmother, Oriana, and the way she projects authority. My husband was murdered, I say. And whether or not you believe me, I do mourn him. I will not make a spectacle of myself for the court's amusement when his body is barely cold. Unfortunately, the High King's smile only grows. As you wish. Then I suppose I will have to examine you alone in my chambers. Chapter 7. I am furious as I walk through the corridors of the palace, steps behind Cardan, followed by his guard to keep me from trying to slip away. My choices now are not good. He will take me back to his enormous chambers and then what? Will he force a guard to hold me and divest me of anything that might protect me from glamour jewelry, clothing until I am stripped bare? If so, he cannot fail to notice my scars he has seen before. And if he peels off my gloves, there can be no doubt. The missing half-digit will give me away. If I am undressed, he will know me. I am going to have to make a break for it. There's the secret passageway in his rooms. From there, I can get out through one of the crystal windows. I glance at the guards. If they were dismissed, I could get past Cardan, through the secret passageway, and out. But how to get rid of them? I consider the smile Cardan wore on the dais when he announced what he was going to do to me. Maybe he wants to see Tarin naked. He desired me, after all, and Tarin and I are identical. Perhaps if I volunteer to undress myself, he'll agree to dismiss his guard. He did say he'd examine me alone. Which leads me to an even more daring thought. Maybe I could distract him thoroughly enough that he wouldn't know me at all. Perhaps I could blow out the candles and be naked only in the half-light. Those thoughts occupy me so completely that I barely notice a hoofed servant carrying a tray supporting a carafe of a pale celery green wine and a collection of blown glass goblets. She is coming from the opposite direction, and when we pass, the tray digs into my side. She gives a cry, I feel a shove, and we both tumble to the floor, glass shattering around us. The guards halt. Cardan turns. I look over at the girl, baffled and surprised. My dress is soaked with wine. The folk are seldom clumsy, and this doesn't feel like an accident. Then the girl's fingers touch one of my gloved hands. I feel the press of leather and steel against the inside of my wrist. She is pushing a sheathed knife up my sleeve under cover of cleaning up the spilled contents of the tray. Her head dips close to mine as she brushes shards of glass from my hair. Your father is coming for you, she whispers. Wait for a signal. Then stab the guard closest to the door and run. What signal? I whisper back, pretending to help her sweep up the debris. Oh no, my lady, your pardon, she says in a normal voice with a bob of her head. You ought not lower yourself. One of the High King's personal guard catches my arm. "Come along," he says, lifting me to my feet. I press my hands to my heart to keep the knife from slipping out my sleeve. I resume my walk toward Cardan's rooms, my thoughts thrown into even more confusion. Maddox is coming to save Tarin. It's a reminder that while I am no longer in his good graces, she helped him wriggle out of his vows of service to the High King. She gave him half an army. I wonder what plans he has for her, what rewards he's promised. I imagine he will be pleased to have her no longer encumbered with Locke. But when Maddox comes, what's his plan? Whom is he expecting to fight? And what will he do when he comes for her and finds me instead? 2 servants open heavy double doors to the High King's chambers, and he goes inside, throwing himself down on a low couch. I follow, standing awkwardly in the middle of the carpet. None of the guards so much as enter his chambers. As soon as I step over the threshold, the doors shut behind me, this time with a grim finality. I don't have to worry about persuading Cardan to dismiss the guard, they never lingered. At least I have a knife. The parlor is as I remember it from council meetings. It carries the scent of smoke and verbena and clover. Cardan himself lounges, his booted feet resting on a stone table carved in the shape of a griffin, claws raised to strike. He gives me a quicksilver, conspiratorial grin that seems completely at odds with the way he spoke to me from his throne. "Well," he says, patting the couch beside him. "Didn't you get my letters?" "What?" I am confused enough that the word comes out like a croak. "You never replied to a one," he goes on. "I began to wonder if you'd misplaced your ambition in the mortal world. This must be a test. This must be a trap." "Your Majesty," I say stiffly. "I thought you brought me here to assure yourself I had neither charm nor amulet." A single eyebrow rises, and his smile deepens. "I will if you like. Shall I command you to remove your clothes?" "I don't mind." "What are you doing?" I say finally, desperately. "What are you playing at?" He's looking at me as though somehow I am the one who's behaving strangely. "Jude, you can't really think I don't know it's you. I knew you from the moment you walked into the bruff." I shake my head, reeling. That's not possible. If he knew it was me, then I wouldn't be here. I would be imprisoned in the Tower of Forgetting. I would be preparing for my execution. But maybe he's pleased I violated the terms of the exile. Maybe he's glad I put myself in his power by doing so. Maybe that's his game. He stands up from the couch, his gaze intense. "Come closer." I take a step backward. He frowns. "My counselors told me that you met with an ambassador from the Court of Teeth, that you must be working with Maddox now. I was unwilling to believe it, but seeing the way you look at me, perhaps I must. Tell me it's not true." For a moment, I don't understand, but then I do. Grima emoji. "I'm not the betrayer here," I say, but I am suddenly conscious of the blade in my sleeve. "Are you angry about?" He cuts himself off, looking at my face more carefully. "No, you're afraid." "But why would you be afraid of me?" I am trembling with a feeling that I barely understand. "I'm not," I lie. "I hate you. You sent me into exile. Everything you say to me, everything you promise, it's all a trick. And I, stupid enough to believe you once." The sheathed knife slides easily to my hand. "Of course it was a trick," he begins, then sees the weapon and bites off whatever he was about to say. Everything shakes. An explosion, close by and intense enough that we both stumble. Books fall and scatter over the floor. Crystal orbs slip off their stands to roll across floorboards. Cardan and I look at each other in shared surprise. Then his eyes narrow in accusation. This is the part where I am supposed to stab him and run. A moment later, there's the unmistakable sound of metal striking metal. Close by. Stay here, I say, drawing the blade and tossing the sheath onto the ground. Jude, don't, he calls after me as I slip into the hall. One of his guard lies dead, a polearm jutting out of her rib cage. Others clash with Madoc's hand-picked soldiers, battle-hardened and deadly. I know them, know that they fight without pity, without mercy, and if they've made it this close to the High King, Cardan is in terrible danger. I think again of the passageway I was planning to slip through. I can get him out that way in exchange for a pardon. Either Cardan can end my exile and live, or hope his guard wins against Madoc's soldiers. I am about to head back to put that deal to him when one of the helmeted soldiers grabs hold of me. I have Tarin, she calls gruffly. I recognize her, Silja. Part Huldra and entirely terrifying. I'd seen her carve up a partridge in a way that made her delight in slaughter very clear. I stab at her hand, but the thick hide of her gloves turns my blade. A steel-covered arm wraps around my waist. Daughter, Madoc says in his gravelly voice. Daughter, don't be afraid. His hand comes up with a cloth smelling of cloying sweetness. He presses it over my nose and mouth. I feel my limbs go loose, and a moment later, I feel nothing at all. Chapter 8. When I wake, I am in woods I don't recognize. I don't smell the ubiquitous salt of the sea, and I don't hear the crash of the waves. Everything is ferns, leaf mold, the crackle of a fire, and the hum of distant voices. I sit up. I am lying on heavy blankets, with more on top of me, horse blankets, albeit elegant ones. I see a solidly built carriage nearby, the door hanging open. I am still in Tarin's dress, still wearing her gloves. Don't mind the dizziness, says a kind voice. Oriana. She is sitting nearby, dressed in a gown of what appears to be felted wool over several layers of skirts. Her hair is pulled back into a green cap. She looks nothing like the diaphanous courtier she's been the whole time I've known her. It will pass. I run a hand through my hair. Come loose now, the pin's still in it. Where are we? What happened? Your father didn't like the thought of your staying on the Isles to begin with, but without Locke's protection, it was only a matter of time before the High King came up with an excuse to make you his hostage. I rub a hand over my face. By the fire, a spindly, insectile fairy stirs a big pot. You want soup, mortal? I shake my head. You want to be soup? It asks hopefully. Oriana waves it off and takes a kettle from the ground beside the fire. She pours the steaming contents into a wooden cup. The liquid is redolent of bark and mushrooms. I take a sip and abruptly feel less dizzy. Was the High King captured? I ask, recalling when I was taken. Is he alive? Madoc was unable to get to him, she says, as though his being alive is a disappointment. I hate how relieved I feel. But I start, meaning to ask how the battle ended. I remember myself in time to bite my tongue. Over the years, Tarin and I have occasionally pretended to be each other at home. We mostly got away with it, so long as it didn't go on for too long or we weren't too obvious about it. If I don't do anything stupid, I have a good chance of pulling this off until I can escape. And then what? Cardan was so disarmingly casual, as though sentencing me to death was some shared joke between us. And talking of messages I never got. What could they have said? Could he have intended to pardon me? Could he have offered me some kind of bargain? I cannot imagine a letter from Cardan. Would it have been short and formal? Full of gossip? Wine-stained? Another trick? Of course it was a trick. Whatever he intended, he must believe I am working with Madoc now. And though it shouldn't bother me, it does. Your father's priority was to get you out, Oriana reminds me. Not just that, right? I say. He can't have attacked the palace of Elfheim for me alone. My thoughts are unruly, chasing one another around. I am no longer sure of anything. I don't question Madoc's plans, she says neutrally. Nor should you. I forgot how it felt to be bossed around by Oriana, always treated as though my curiosity would immediately create some scandal for our family. It's especially galling to be treated this way now, when her husband stole half an army from the High King and is planning a coup against him. Grima Emoji's words echo in my mind. The Court of Teeth have thrown in their lot with the old Grand General your father and a whole host of other traitors. I have it on good authority that your High King is to be dethroned before the next full moon. That seems a lot more pressing now. But since I am supposed to be Tarin, I don't respond. After a moment, she looks repentant. The important thing is for you to rest. I am sure being dragged out here is a lot to take in on top of losing Locke. Yes, I say. It is a lot. I think I do want to rest a while, if that's all right. Oriana reaches over and smooths my hair back from my brow, a fond gesture that I am sure she wouldn't have made if she knew it was me, Jude, that she was touching. Tarin admires Oriana, and they're close in a way that she and I are not for many reasons, not the least of which is that I helped hide Oak in the mortal world, away from the crown. Since then, Oriana has been both grateful and resentful. But in Tarin, I think, Oriana sees someone she understands. And maybe Tarin is like Oriana, although the murder of Locke has called that and everything else I thought I knew about my twin sister into question. I close my eyes. Although I mean to puzzle through how to get away, instead I sleep. The next time I wake, I am in a carriage, and we are on the move. Madoc and Oriana sit on the opposite bench. The curtains are drawn, but I hear the sounds of a traveling camp, of mounts and soldiers. I hear the distinctive growl of goblins calling to one another. I look over at the redcap who raised me, my father and the murderer of my father. I take in the whiskers from a few days of not shaving. His familiar, inhuman face. He looks exhausted. Finally up, he says with a smile that shows too many teeth. I am uncomfortably reminded of Grima emoji. I try to smile back as I straighten. I don't know whether something in the soup knocked me out or the death-sweet Madoc made me inhale isn't out of my system, but I don't remember being loaded into the carriage. How long was I asleep? Madoc makes a negligent gesture. The High King's trumped-up inquest is 3 days past. I feel fuzzy-headed, afraid I will say the wrong thing and be discovered. At least my easy slide into unconsciousness must have made me seem to be my sister. Before I became a captive of the undersea, I trained my body to be immune to poisons. But now I am exactly as vulnerable as Tarin. If I keep my wits about me, I can get away without either of them knowing. I consider what part of Madoc's conversation Tarin would focus on. Probably the matter of Locke. I take a deep breath. I told them I hadn't done it. Even glamoured, I insisted. Madoc doesn't look as though he sees through my disguise, but he does look as though he thinks I am being an idiot. I doubt that Boy King ever intended to let you walk out of the palace of Elfheim alive. He fought hard to keep you. Cardan? That doesn't sound like him. Half my knights never made it out, he informs me grimly. We got in easily enough, but the bruff itself closed around us. Doorways cracked and shrank. Vines and roots and leaves obstructed our way, closed like vices on our necks, crushed and strangled us. I stare at him for a long moment. And the High King caused that. I can't believe it of Cardan, whom I left in his chambers, as though he was the one in need of protecting. His guard were neither poorly trained nor poorly chosen, and he knows his power. I am glad to have tested him before going against him in earnest. Are you sure it's wise to go against him at all, then? I ask carefully. It is perhaps not exactly what Tarin would say, but it's not exactly what I would say, either. Wisdom is for the meek, he returns. And it seldom helps them as much as they believe it will. After all, as wise as you are, you still married Locke. Of course, perhaps you are wiser than even that. Perhaps you're so wise you made yourself a widow, too. Oriana puts her hand on his knee, a cautioning gesture. He gives a great laugh. What? I made no secret of how little I like the boy. You can hardly expect me to mourn him. I wonder if he would laugh so hard if he knew Turin had actually done it. Who am I kidding? He would probably laugh even harder. He would probably laugh himself sick. Eventually, the carriage stops, and Maddox jumps down, calling to his soldiers. I slide out and look around, at first disoriented by the unfamiliar landscape and then by the sight of the army before me. Snow covers the ground, and huge bonfires dot it, along with a maze of tents. Some are made of animal skins. Others are elaborate affairs of painted canvas and wool and silk. But what is most astonishing is how big the camp is, full of soldiers armed and ready to move against the High King. Behind the encampment, a little to the west, is a mountain girded in a thick green pelt of fir trees. And beside it, another tiny outpost, a single tent and a few soldiers. I feel very far away from the mortal world. Where are we? I ask Oriana, who steps out of the carriage behind me, carrying a cloak to place over my shoulders. Near the Court of Teeth, she says. It's mostly trolls and Huldra up this far north. The Court of Teeth is the unseelie court that held the roach and the bomb prisoner, and who exiled Grima Mog. The absolute last place I want to be, and with no clear path to escape. Come, Oriana says. Let's get you settled. She leads me through the camp, past a group of trolls skinning a moose, past elves and goblins singing war songs, past a tailor repairing a pile of hide armor before a fire. In the distance, I hear the clang of steel, raised voices, and animal sounds. The air is thick with smoke, and the ground is muddy from trampling boots and snowmelt. Disoriented, I focus on not losing Oriana in the throng. Finally, we come to a large but practical-looking tent, with a pair of sturdy wooden chairs in front, both covered in sheepskin. My gaze is drawn to an elaborate pavilion nearby. It sits off the ground on golden-clawed feet, looking for all the world as though it could scuttle off if its owner gave the command. As I stare, Grimsen steps out. Grimsen the smith, who created the blood crown and many more artifacts of fairy, yet hungers for greater and greater fame. He's arrayed so finely that he might be a prince himself. When he sees me, he gives me a sly look. I avert my eyes. The inside of Maddox and Oriana's tent reminds me uncomfortably of home. A corner of it works as a makeshift kitchen, where dried herbs hang in garlands beside dried sausages and butter and cheese. You can have a bath, Oriana says, indicating a copper tub in another corner, half filled with snow. We place a metal bar on the fire, then plunge it into the melt, and everything heats up swiftly enough. I shake my head, thinking of how I need to continue to hide my hands. At least in this cold, it will be no surprise for me to keep my gloves on. I just want to wash my face. And maybe put on some warmer clothes. Of course, she says, and bustles around the small space to gather up a sturdy blue dress, some hose, and boots. She goes out and comes back. After a few minutes, a servant arrives with steaming water in a bowl and places it on a table, along with a cloth. The water is scented with juniper. I will leave you to freshen up, Oriana says, putting on a cloak. Tonight we dine with the Court of Teeth. I don't mean to inconvenience you, I say, awkward in the face of her kindness, knowing that it isn't for me. She smiles and touches my cheek. You're a good girl, she says, making me flush with embarrassment. I am never that. Still, when she is gone, I am glad to be alone. I snoop around the tent but find no maps or battle plans. I eat a little cheese. I wash my face and pits and everywhere else I can reach, then rinse my mouth with a little peppermint oil and scrape my tongue. Finally, I put on the new heavier, warmer clothes and rebraid my hair simply, into 2 tight plaits. I replace my velvet gloves with woolen ones, checking to make sure the stuffing at the tip of my finger looks convincing. By the time I am done, Oriana has returned. She has brought with her several soldiers carrying a pallet of furs and blankets, which she has them arrange into a bed for me, curtained with a screen. "I think this will do for now," she says, looking at me for confirmation. I swallow the urge to thank her. Better than I could have asked. As the soldiers depart, I follow them through the tent flap. Outside, I orient myself by the sun as it is about to set and look over the sea of tents again. I am able to pick out factions. Madoc's people, flying his sigil, the crescent moon turned like a bowl. Those from the Court of Teeth have their tents marked with a device that seems to suggest an ominous mountain range. And 2 or 3 other courts, either smaller ones or ones that sent fewer soldiers. A whole host of other traitors, Grima Emoji said. I can't help but think like the spy I was, cannot help but see that I am perfectly positioned to discover Madoc's plan. I am in his camp, in his very tent. I could uncover everything. But that's absolute madness. How long before Oriana or Madoc realizes that I am Jude and not Tarin? I remember the vow Madoc made to me, and when I best you, I will make sure I do it as thoroughly as I would any opponent who has shown themselves to be my equal. It was a backhanded compliment, but it was also a straightforward threat. I know exactly what Madoc does to his enemies. He kills them and then washes his cap in their blood. And what does it matter? I am in exile, pushed out. But if I had Madoc's plans, I could trade them for the end of my exile. Surely Cardan would agree to that, if I gave him the means to save Elfheim. Unless, of course, he thought I was lying. Vivi would say I ought to stop worrying about kings and wars and worry instead about getting home. After my fight with Grima Emoji, I could demand better jobs from Brian. Vivi is right that if we gave up the pretense of living like other humans, we could have a much bigger place. And given the results of the inquest, Tarin probably can't return to Fairy. At least until Madoc takes over. Maybe I should just let it happen. But that brings me to the thing I cannot get past. Even though it's ridiculous, I can't stop the anger that rises in me, lighting a fire in my heart. I am the Queen of Elfheim. Even though I am the Queen in exile, I am still the Queen. And that means Madoc isn't just trying to take Cardan's throne. He's trying to take mine. Chapter 9. We dine in the tent of the Court of Teeth, which is easily 3 times the size of Madoc's and decorated as elaborately as any palace. The floor is covered in rugs and furs. Lamps hang from the ceilings, and fat pillar candles burn atop tables beside decanters of some pale libation and bowls of frost-covered white berries of a type I have never seen before. A harpist plays in a corner, the strains of her music carrying through the buzz of conversation. At the center of the tent rests 3 thrones, 2 large and 1 small. They seem to be sculptures of ice, with flowers and leaves frozen inside them. The large thrones are unoccupied, but a blue-skinned girl sits on the small one, a crown of icicles on her head and a golden bridle around her mouth and throat. She looks to be only a year or 2 older than Oak and is dressed in a column of grey silk. Her gaze is on her fingers, which move restlessly against one another. Her nails are bitten short and crusted with a thin rime of blood. If she is the princess, then it is not hard to pick out the king and queen. They wear even more elaborate icicle crowns. Their skin is grey, the color of stone or corpses. Their eyes are a bright and clear yellow, like wine. And their garments are the blue of her skin. A matching trio. This is Lady Nor and Lord Jirel and their daughter, Queen Surin, Oriana says to me quietly. So the little girl is the ruler. Unfortunately, Lady Nor notices my staring. A mortal, she says with a familiar contempt. Whatever for? Madoc shoots an apologetic look in my direction. Allow me to present one of my foster daughters, Tarin. I am sure I mentioned her. Perhaps, says Lord Jirel, joining us. His gaze is intense, the way an owl looks at a misguided mouse climbing directly into its nest. I give my best curtsy. I am glad to have a place at your hearth tonight. He turns his cold gaze on Maddock. Diverting. It speaks as though it thinks it's one of us. I forgot how it felt, all those years of being utterly powerless. Having Maddock alone for protection. And now that protection depends on his not guessing which of his daughters stands beside him. I look up at Lord Jirel with fear in my eyes, fear I don't have to fake. And I hate how obviously it pleases him. I think of the bomb's words about what the Court of Teeth did to her and to the roach. The court carved us up and filled us full of curses and jeases. Changed us. Forced us to serve them. I remind myself I am no longer the girl I was before. I might be surrounded, but that doesn't mean I'm powerless. I vow that one day it is Lord Jirel who will be afraid. But for now, I edge myself toward a corner, where I sit on a hide-covered tuffet and survey the room. I recall the Living Council warning that courts were evading swearing fealty by hiding their children as changelings in the mortal world, then elevating them to rulers. I wonder if that's what's happened here. If so, it must gall Lord Jirel and Lady Nor to give up their titles. And make them nervous enough to bridle her. Interesting to see their ostentation on display, their crowns and thrones and luxurious tent as they support Maddock's bid to elevate himself to High King, which would put him far above them. I don't buy it. They might back him now, but I bet they hope to eliminate him later. It is then that Grimsen enters the tent, wearing a scarlet cloak with an enormous pin in the shape of a metal and blown glass heart that seems to beat. Lady Nor and Lord Jirel turn their attention to him, their stiff faces moving to chilly smiles. I look over at Maddock. He appears less pleased to see the smith. After a few more pleasantries, Lady Nor and Lord Jirel usher us to the table. Lady Nor leads Queen Surin by her bridle. As the child queen is led to the table, I notice that the straps sit oddly against her skin, as though they have partially sunken into it. Something in the shimmer of the leather makes me think of enchantment. I wonder if this horrible thing is Grimsen's work. Seeing her bound, I can't help but think about Oak. I glance at Oriana, wondering if she's reminded of him, too, but her expression is as calm and remote as the surface of a frozen lake. We go to the table. I am seated beside Oriana, across the table from Grimsen. He spots the sun and moon earrings I am still wearing and gestures at them. I wasn't sure your sister would give those up, he says. I lean in and touch my gloved fingers to my earlobes. Your work is exquisite, I tell him, knowing how fond he is of flattery. He gives me an admiring look that I suspect is pride in his own art. If he finds me pretty, it's a compliment to his craft. But it's also to my advantage to keep him talking. No one else here is likely to tell me much. I try to imagine what Tarin might say, but all I can come up with is more of what I think Grimsen wants to hear. I drop my voice to a whisper. I can hardly bear to take them off, even at night. He preens. Mere trinkets. You must think I am very silly, I say. I know you have made far greater things, but these have made me very happy. Oriana gives me an odd look. Did I make a mistake? Does she suspect me? My heart speeds. You ought to visit my forge, Grimsen says. Allow me to show you what truly potent magic looks like. I should like that very much, I manage, but I am distracted with worry over being caught and frustrated by the smith's invitation. If only he'd been willing to brag here, tonight, instead of setting up some assignation. I don't want to go to his forge. I want to get out of this camp. It is only a matter of time before I'm caught. If I am to learn anything, I need to do it quickly. My frustration mounts as further conversation is cut off by the arrival of servants bringing dinner, which turns out to be a massive cut of roasted bear meat, served with cloudberries. One of the soldiers draws Grimsen into a discussion about his brooch. Beside me, Oriana is speaking of a poem I don't know to a courtier from the Court of Teeth. Left to myself, I concentrate on picking out the voices of Madoc and Lady Nor. They are debating which courts can be brought over to their side. Have you spoken with the Court of Termites? Madoc nods. Lord Royburn is wroth with the Undersea, and he cannot like that the High King denied him his revenge. My fingers clench on my knife. I made a deal with Royburn. I killed Belkin to honor it. That was Cardan's excuse for exiling me. It is a bitter draught to consider that after all that, Lord Royburn might prefer to join with Madoc. But whatever Lord Royburn wants, he still swore an oath of loyalty to the Blood Crown. And while some courts like the Court of Teeth may have schemed their way free of their ancestors' promises, most are still bound by them. Including Royburn. So how does Madoc think he is going to dissolve those bonds? Without some means of doing that, it doesn't matter whom the low courts prefer. They must follow the only ruler with the blood crown on his head, High King Cardan. But since Turin would say none of that, I bite my tongue as the conversations swirl around me. Later, back at our tent, I carry pitchers of honey wine and refill the cups of Madoc's generals. I am not particularly memorable, merely Madoc's human daughter, someone most of them have met in passing and thought little upon. Oriana gives me no more odd looks. If she thought my behavior with Grimsen was strange, I don't think I have given her further reason to doubt me. I feel the gravitational pull of my old role, the ease of it, ready to enfold me like a heavy blanket. Tonight it seems impossible that I was ever anyone other than this dutiful child. When I go to sleep, it is with a bitterness in my throat, one I haven't felt in a long time, one that comes from not being able to affect the things that matter, even though they are happening right in front of me. I wake on the cot, loaded with blankets and furs. I drink strong tea near the fire, walking around to loosen my limbs. To my relief, Madoc has already gone. Today, I tell myself, today I must find a way out of here. I'd noticed horses when we made our way through the camp. I could probably steal one. But I am an indifferent rider, and without a map, I could quickly become lost. Those are probably kept all together in a war tent. Perhaps I could invent a reason to visit my father. Do you think Madoc would like some tea? I ask Oriana hopefully. If so, he can send a servant to prepare it, she tells me kindly. But there are many useful tasks to occupy your time. We court ladies gather and stitch banners, if you're feeling up to it. Nothing will give away my identity faster than my needlecraft. To call it poor is flattery. I don't think I'm ready to answer questions about Locke, I warn. She nods sympathetically. Gossip passes the time at such gatherings, and it's not unreasonable to think a dead husband would provoke talk. You may take a little basket and go foraging, she suggests. Just be careful to stay to the woods and away from the camp. If you see sentries, show them Madoc's sigil. I try to contain my eagerness. I can do that. As I draw on a borrowed cloak, she puts a hand on my arm. I heard you speaking with Grimsen last night, Oriana says. You must be careful of him. I recall her many cautions over the years at revels. She made us promise not to dance, not to eat anything, not to do anything that could result in embarrassment for Madoc. It's not that she doesn't have her reasons, either. Before she was Madoc's wife, she was High King Eldred's lover and saw another of his lovers and her dear friend poisoned. But it's still annoying. I'll be careful, I say. Oriana looks into my eyes. Grimsen wants many things. If you are too kind, he may decide he wants you, too. He could desire you for your loveliness as one covets a rare jewel. Or he could desire you just to see if Madoc would give you up. I understand, I say, trying to seem like someone she doesn't need to worry over. She lets go of me with a wan smile, seeming to believe we understand each other. Outside, I head toward the woods with my little basket. Once I hit the tree line, I stop, overwhelmed with the relief of no longer playing a role. For a moment, here, I can relax. I take some steadying breaths and consider my options. Again and again, I come back to Grimsen. Despite Oriana's warning, he's my best bet to find a way out of here. With all his magic trinkets, maybe he's got a pair of metal wings to fly me home or a magical sled pulled by obsidian lions. Even if not, at least he doesn't know Tarin well enough to doubt that I'm her. And if he wants something that I don't want to give him, well, he has a bad habit of leaving knives just lying about. I hike through the woods to higher ground. From there, I can see the camp and all its pavilions. I spot the makeshift forge, set back from everything else, smoke rising in great quantities from its 3 chimneys. I spot an area of the camp where a large, round tent is a hub of activity. Maybe that's where Madoc is and where the maps are. And I spot something else. When I first took stock of the camp, I noticed a small outpost at the base of the mountain, far from the other tents. But from here I can see there's also a cave. 2 guards stand as sentries by the entrance. Odd, that. It seems inconveniently far from everything else. But depending on what's in there, maybe that's the point. It's far enough to muffle even the loudest of screams. With a shudder, I head down toward the forge. I get a few looks from goblins and grigs and sharp-toothed members of the folk with powdery wings as I cut through the outer edge of the camp. I hear a little hiss as I pass, and one of the ogres licks his lips in what is not at all a come-on. No one stops me, though. The door to Grimsen's forge is propped open, and I see the smith inside, shirtless, his wiry, hairy form bent over the blade he's hammering. The forge is scorchingly hot, the air thick with heat, stinking of creosote. Around him are an array of weapons and trinkets that are far more than what they seem: little metal boats, brooches, silver heels for boots, a key that looks as though it was carved from crystal. I think of the offer Grimsen wanted me to convey to Cardan before he decided greater glory lay in betrayal. I will make him armor of ice to shatter every blade that strikes it, and that will make his heart too cold to feel pity. Tell him I will make him 3 swords that, when used in the same battle, will fight with the might of 30 soldiers. I hate to think of all that in Madoc's hands. Steeling myself, I knock on the doorframe. Grimsen spots me and puts down his hammer. "The girl with the earrings," he says. "You invited me to come," I remind him. "I hope this isn't too soon, but I was so curious. Can I ask what you're making, or is it a secret?" That seems to please him. He indicates with a smile the enormous bar of metal he's working on. "I am crafting a sword to crack the firmament of the Isles. What do you think of that, mortal girl?" On one hand, Grimsen has forged some of the greatest weapons ever made. But can Madoc's plan truly be to cut through the armies of Elfheim? I think of Cardan, causing the sea to boil, storms to come, and trees to wither. Cardan, who has the sworn loyalty of dozens of low court rulers and the command of all their armies. Can any one sword be great enough to stand against that, even if it is the greatest blade Grimsen has ever forged? Madoc must be grateful to have you on his side, I say neutrally. And to have such a weapon promised to him. "HMPH, he says, fixing me with a beady eye. "He ought to be, but is he? You'd have to ask him yourself, since he makes no mention of gratitude. And if they happen to make songs about me, well, is he interested in hearing them? No. No time for songs," he says. I wonder if he'd feel differently if there were songs about him. Apparently, it wasn't encouraging his bragging that got him to talk, but stoking his resentment. "If he becomes the next High King, there will be plenty of songs about him," I say, pressing the point. A cloud passes over Grimsen's face, his mouth moving into a slight expression of disgust. But you, who has been a master smith through Mab's reign and all those who followed, your story must be more interesting than his better fodder for ballads. I fear I am laying it on too thick, but he brightens. Ah, Mab, he says, reminiscing. When she came to me to forge the blood crown, she entrusted me with a great honor. And I cursed it to protect it for all time. I smile encouragingly. I know this part. The murder of the wearer causes death for the person responsible. He snorts. I want my work to endure just as Queen Mab wanted her line to endure. But I care for even the least of my creations. He reaches out to touch the earrings with his sooty fingers. He brushes the lobe of my ear, his skin warm and rough. I duck out of his grasp with what I hope is a demure laugh and not a snarl. Take these, for example, he says. Prize out the gems, and your beauty would fade, not just the extra smidge they grant, but all your beauty, until you were so wretched that the sight of you would set even the folk to screaming. I try to control the urge to rip the earrings from my ears. You cursed them, too. His grin is sly. Not everyone is properly respectful of a craftsman the way you are, Tarin, daughter of Madoc. Not everyone deserves my gifts. I ponder that for a long moment, wondering at the array of creations that have come from his forge. Wondering how many of them were cursed. Is that why you were exiled? I ask. The High Queen disliked my taking quite so much artistic license, so I was not much in favor when I followed the older king into exile, he says, and I figure that means yes, pretty much. She liked to be the clever one. I nod, as though there is nothing at all alarming about that story. My mind is racing, trying to recall all the things he's made. Didn't you gift an earring to Cardan when you first came to Elfheim? You have a good memory, he says. Hopefully, I have a better memory than he does, because Tarin didn't attend the Blood Moon revel. It allowed him to overhear those speaking just outside of range. A wonderful device for eavesdropping. I wait expectantly. He laughs. That's not what you want to know, is it? Yes, it was cursed. With a word, I could turn it into a ruby spider that would bite him until he died. Did you use it? I ask, recalling the globe I saw in Cardan's study, in which a glittering red spider scrabbled restlessly at the glass. I am filled with cold horror at a tragedy already averted and then blinding anger. Grimsen shrugs. He's still alive, isn't he? A very fairy answer. It sounds like no, when the truth is that the smith tried and it didn't work. I ought to press him for more, ought to ask him about a way for me to escape the camp, but I can't bear to speak with him for another minute and not stab him with one of his own weapons. Can I visit again? I grit out, the false smile I am wearing feeling a lot more like a grimace. I don't like the look he gives me, as though I am a gemstone he wishes to set into metal. I would like that, he says, sweeping his hand around the forge, at all the objects there. As you can see, I like beautiful things. Chapter 10. After my visit to Grimsen, I tramp back into the woods to do the promised foraging with satisfying aggressiveness, collecting rowan berries, wood sorrel, nettles, a bit of deathsweet, and enormous sep mushrooms. I kick a rock, sending it skittering deeper into the woods. Then I kick another. It takes a lot of rocks before I feel even a little bit better. I am no closer to finding a way to get out of here and no clearer on my father's plans. The only thing I am closer to is getting caught. With that grim thought in mind, I discover Madoc sitting by the fire outside the tent, cleaning and sharpening the set of daggers he keeps on his person. Habit urges me to help him with the job, and I have to remind myself that Tarin wouldn't do that. Come sit, he urges, patting a bare side of a log on which he's perched. You aren't used to campaigning, and you've been thrust into the thick of it. Does he suspect me? I sit, resting my overfull basket near the fire, and reassure myself that he wouldn't sound nearly as friendly if he thought he was talking to Jude. I know I don't have long, though, so I chance it and ask him what I want to ask. Do you really think you can defeat him? He laughs as though it's the question of a small child. If you could reach your hand up far enough, could you pluck the moon from the sky? I wouldn't play the game if I couldn't win. I feel oddly emboldened by his laughter. He really believes that I'm Tarin and that I know nothing of war. But how? I will spare you the whole of the strategy, he says. But I am going to challenge him to a duel, and after I win, I will split his melon overhead. A duel? I am flummoxed. Why would he fight you? Cardan is the High King. He has armies to stand between them. Maddock grins. For love, he says. And for duty. Love of whom? I can't believe that Tarin would be any less confused than I am right now. There is no banquet too abundant for a starving man, he says. I don't know what to say to that. After a moment, he takes pity on me. I know you don't care for lessons on tactics, but I think this one will appeal even to you. For what we want most, we will take almost any chance. There is a prophecy that he would make a poor king. It hangs over his head, but he believes he can charm his way free of fate. Let's see him try. I am going to give him a chance to prove he's a good ruler. And then? I prompt. But he only laughs again. Then the folk will call you Princess Tarin. All my life I have heard of the great conquests of Faerie. As one might expect of an immortal people with few births, most battles are highly formalized, as are lines of succession. The folk like to avoid all-out war, which means it's not unusual to settle an issue with some mutually agreed-upon contest. Still, Cardan never cared much for sword fighting and isn't particularly good at it. Why would he agree to a duel? If I ask that, though, I am terrified Maddock will know me. Yet I must say something. I can't just sit here staring at him with my mouth hanging open. Jude got control of Cardan somehow, I pose. Maybe you could do the same and... He shakes his head. Look what became of your sister. Whatever power she had, he took back from her. No, I don't intend to continue even the pretense of serving any longer. Now I would rule. He stops sharpening his dagger and looks over at me with a dangerous gleam in his eye. I gave Jude chance after chance to be a help to the family. Every opportunity to tell me the game she was playing. Had she done so, things would have come out very different. A shiver goes through me. Does he guess I am sitting beside him? Jude is pretty sad, I say in what I hope is a neutral way. At least according to Vivi. And you do not wish me to punish her further when I am High King, is that it? He asks. It's not as though I am not proud. What she achieved was no small thing. She's perhaps the most like me of all my children. And like children the world over, she was rebellious, and her grasp exceeded her reach. But you. Me? My gaze goes to the fire. It's jarring to hear him talk about me, but the idea of hearing something meant for Tarin alone is worse. I feel as though I am taking something from her. I can think of no way to stop it, though, no way that doesn't involve giving myself away. He reaches over to grip my shoulder. It would be reassuring, except that the pressure is a little too hard, his claws a little too sharp. This is the moment he's going to grab me by the throat and tell me I am caught. My heart speeds. You must have felt as though I favored her, despite her ingratitude, he says. But it was only that I understood her better. And yet, you and I have something in common: we both made a poor marriage. I give him a sideways look, relief and incredulity warring with each other. Is he really saying his marriage to our mother was like Tarin's marriage to Locke? He draws away from me to add another log to the fire. And both ended tragically. I suck in a breath. You don't really think. But I don't know what lie to give. I don't even know if Tarin would lie. No? Maddock asks. Who killed Locke, if not you? For too long, I can't think of any good answer. He barks out a laugh and points a clawed finger at me, absolutely delighted. It was you. Truly, Taryn, I always thought you were soft and meek, but I see now how wrong I have been. Are you glad I killed him? He seems prouder of Taryn for murdering Locke than for all her other graces and skills combined, her ability to put people at ease, to choose just the right garment, and to tell just the right kind of lie to make people love her. He shrugs, still smiling. Alive or dead, I never cared about him. I only cared for you. If you're sorrowful that he's gone, then I am sorry for that. If you wish he were returned to life so you could kill him again, I recognize that feeling. But perhaps you dispense justice and are only troubled that justice can be cruel. What do you think he did to me to deserve to die? I ask. He stokes the fire. Sparks fly up. I assumed he broke your heart. An eye for an eye, a heart for a heart. I remember what it was like to have a knife pressed to Carden's throat. To panic at the thought of the power he had over me, to realize there was an easy way to end it. Is that why you killed Mom? He sighs. I honed my instincts in battle, he says. Sometimes those instincts are still there when there is no more war. I consider that, wondering what it takes to harden yourself to fight and kill over and over again. Wondering if some part of him is cold inside, a kind of cold that can never be warmed, like a shard of ice through the heart. Wondering if I have a shard like that, too. For a moment, we sit quietly together, listening to the crackle and pop of the flames. Then he speaks again. When I murdered your mother and your father, I changed you. Their deaths were a crucible, the fire in which all three of you girls were forged. Plunge a heated sword into oil, and any small flaw will turn into a crack. But quenched in blood as you were, none of you broke. You were only hardened. Perhaps what led you to end Locke's life is more my fault than yours. If it's hard for you to bear what you did, give me the weight. I think of Taryn's words, no one should have the childhood we had. And yet I find myself wanting to reassure Maddock, even if I can never forgive him. What would Taryn say? I don't know, but it would be unfair to comfort him with her voice. I should take this to Oriana, I say, indicating the basket of foraged food. I rise, but he catches my hand. Do not think I will forget your loyalty. He looks up at me meditatively. You put our family's interests above your own. When all this is over, you can name your reward, and I will make sure you get it. I feel a pang that I am no longer the daughter to whom he makes offers like this. I am not the one welcome to his hearth, not the one he would care for and cherish. I wonder what Taryn would ask for herself and the baby in her belly. Safety, I'd wager, the one thing Maddock believes he has already given us, the one thing he can never truly provide. No matter what promises he would make, he is too ruthless to ever keep anyone safe for long. As for me, safety is not even on offer. He hasn't caught me yet, but my ability to sustain this masquerade is wearing thin. Although I am not sure how I will manage the trek across the ice, I resolve that I must run tonight. Chapter 11. Oriana oversees the preparation of dinner for the company, and I stay by her side. I observe the making of nettle soup, stewed with potatoes until the sting is removed, and the butchering of deer, their freshly shot bodies steaming in the cold, their fat used to flavor tender greens. Each of the company has their own bowl and cup, clanking on their belts like ornamentation, and these are presented to the servers and filled with a ration of food and watered wine. Maddock eats with his generals, laughing and talking. The court of teeth keep to their tents, sending a servant out to prepare their meal over a different fire. Grimsen sits apart from the generals, at a table of knights who listen with rapt attention to his stories of exile with the Alderking. It is impossible not to notice that the folk who surround him wear perhaps more ornament than is typical. The area where the cookpots and tables are is on the far side of the camp, closer to the mountain. In the distance, I see two guards standing sentry near the cave, not leaving their shift to eat with us. Near them, two reindeer nuzzle the snow, looking for buried roots. I chew my nettle soup, an idea forming in my mind. By the time Oriana urges me back to our tent, I have come to a decision. I will steal one of the mounts from the soldiers near the cave. It will be easier to do that than take one from the main camp, and if something goes wrong, I will be more difficult to pursue. I still don't have a map, but I can navigate by the stars well enough to go south, at least. Hopefully, I will find a mortal settlement. We share a cup of tea and shake off the snow. I warm my stiff fingers on the cup impatiently. I don't want to make her suspicious, but I need to get moving. I've got to pack up food and any other supplies I can manage. You must be quite cold, says Oriana, studying me. With her white hair and ghostly pale skin, she looks to be made of snow herself. Mortal weakness. I smile. Another reason to miss the Isles of Elfheim. We'll be home soon, she assures me. She cannot lie, so she must believe that. She must believe that Madoc will win, that he will be made High King. Finally, she seems ready to retire. I wash my face, then stuff matches in one pocket and a knife in another. After I get into bed, I wait until I figure Oriana is probably asleep, counting off the seconds until a half hour has passed. Then I slip out from the coverlets as quietly as I can and shove my feet into boots. I dump some cheese into a bag, along with a heel of bread and 3 withered apples. I take the death sweet I found while foraging and wrap it up in a little paper. Then I pad to the exit of the tent, taking up my cloak along the way. There is a single knight there, amusing himself by carving a flute before the fire. I nod to him as I pass. "My lady," he says, rising. I turn my most withering glare on him. I am no prisoner, after all. I am the daughter of the Grand General. Yes. Where should I tell your father he can find you, should he ask? The question is phrased in a deferential manner, but no doubt answering it wrong could lead him to less deferential questions. Tell him that I am busy using the woods for a chamber pot, I say, and he flinches, as I hoped he would. He asks me no more questions as I settle the cloak over my shoulders and head out, aware that the more time I take, the more suspicious he will become. The walk to the cave is not overlong, but I stumble frequently in the dark, the cold wind more cutting with every step. Music and revelry rise from the camp, goblin songs about loss and longing and violence. Ballads of queens and knights and fools. Close to the cave, I see 3 guards standing at attention around the wide opening, one more than I had hoped. The cave entrance is long and wide, like a smile, and the darkness beyond flickers occasionally, as though it's lit from somewhere deep within. 2 pale reindeer doze nearby, curled in the snow like cats. A third scratches its antlers against a nearby tree. That one, then. I can sneak deeper into the trees and lure him with one of the apples. As I begin to head into the woods, I hear a cry from the cave. The dense, cold air carries the sound to me, making me turn back. Madoc has someone imprisoned. I try to convince myself this isn't my problem, but another sound of distress cuts through all those clever thoughts. Someone is in there, in pain. I've got to make sure it isn't someone I know. My muscles are already stiff with cold, so I go slowly, circling the cave and climbing the rocks directly above it. My impromptu plan is to drop down into the cave entrance since the guards are mostly looking in the other direction. It has the advantage of hiding me on my way to the drop, but then the actual dropping needs to be done really, really well, or the combination of sound and motion is going to alert them immediately. I grit my teeth and remember the ghost's lessons: go slowly, make every step sure, keep to the shadows. Of course, that comes with the memory of the betrayal that followed, but I tell myself that doesn't make the lessons any less useful. I lower myself slowly from a jagged bit of a boulder. Even in gloves, my fingers feel frozen. Then, hanging there, I realize I have made a terrible miscalculation. Even fully extended, my body cannot reach the ground. When I drop, there's no way to avoid making some sound. I am just going to have to be as quiet as I can and move as swiftly as I am able. I take a breath and let myself fall the short distance. At the inevitable crunch of my feet in the snow, one of the guards turns. I slip into the shadows. "What is it?" asks one of the other two guards. The first is staring into the cave. I can't tell if he spotted me or not. I keep myself as still as possible, holding my breath, hoping he didn't see me, hoping that he can't smell me. At least, cold as it is, I'm not sweating. My knife is near to hand. I remind myself that I fought Grima Mog. If it comes to it, I can fight them, too. But after a moment, the guard shakes his head and goes back to listening to goblin songs. I wait and then wait some more, just to be sure. It gives my eyes time to adjust. There is a mineral scent in the air, along with that of burning lamp oil. Shadows dance at the end of a slanted passageway, tempting me on with the promise of light. I make my way along between stalagmites and stalactites, as though I am stepping through the jagged teeth of a giant. I step into a new chamber and have to blink against the glow of torchlight. "Jude," says a soft voice. A voice I know. The ghost. Thin, with bruises blooming along his collarbones, he rests on the floor of the cave, his wrists manacled and chained to plates in the ground. Torches blaze in a circle surrounding him. He looks up at me with wide hazel eyes. Cold as I am, I suddenly feel colder. The last thing he said to me was I served Prince Dane. Not you. That was right before I got dragged off to the Undersea and held there for weeks, terrified, starved, and alone. And yet, despite that, despite his betrayal, despite destroying the Court of Shadows, he speaks my name with all the wonder of someone who thinks I might be coming to save him. I consider pretending to be Tarin, but he could hardly believe it was my twin who snuck past those guards. After all, he's the one who taught me to move like that. I wanted to see what Madoc was hiding out here, I say, drawing out my knife. And if you're thinking of calling the guards, know that the only reason I have for not stabbing you in the throat is the fear that you might die loudly. The ghost gives me a small, wry smile. I would, you know. Very loudly. Just to spite you. So here are the wages for your service, I say with a pointed look around the cave. I hope betrayal was its own reward. Gloat all you like. His voice is mild. I deserve it. I know what I did, Jude. I was a fool. Then why did you do it? It makes me feel uncomfortably vulnerable even to ask. But I'd trusted the ghost, and I wanted to know how stupid I'd been. Had he hated me the whole time I'd considered us friends? Had he and Cardan laughed together at my trusting nature? Do you remember when I told you that I killed Oak's mother? I nod. Liriope had been poisoned with blusher mushroom to hide that while she was the lover of the High King, she was pregnant with Prince Dane's child. If Oriana hadn't cut Oak from Liriope's womb, the baby would have died, too. It's an awful story, and one I wouldn't be likely to forget, even if it didn't concern my brother. Do you remember how you looked at me when you discovered what I'd done? He asks. It had been a day or two after the coronation. I had taken Prince Cardan prisoner. I was still in shock. I was trying to piece together Madoc's plot. I'd been horrified to learn that the ghost did such a horrendous thing, but I was horrified a lot then. Still, blusher mushroom is a nightmarish way to die, and my brother was almost murdered, too. I was surprised. He shakes his head. Even the roach was appalled. He never knew. And that's why you betrayed us? You thought we were too judgmental? I ask, incredulous. No. Just listen one moment more. The ghost sighs. I killed Liriope because Prince Dane brought me to Fairy, provided for me, and gave me purpose. Because I was loyal, I did it, but afterward, I was shaken by what I had done. In despair, I went to the boy I thought was Liriope's only living child. Locke, I say numbly. I wonder if Locke realized, after Cardan's coronation, that Oak must be his half-brother. I wonder if he felt anything about it, if he ever mentioned it to Taryn. Stricken with guilt, the ghost goes on, I offered him my protection. And my name. I begin, but he cuts me off. My true name, says the ghost. Among the folk, true names are closely guarded secrets. A fairy can be controlled by their true name, surer than by any vow. It's hard to believe the ghost would give so much of himself away. What did he make you do? I ask, cutting to the chase. For many years, nothing, the ghost said. Then little things. Spying on people. Ferreting out their secrets. But until he ordered that I take you to the Tower of Forgetting and let the Undersea abduct you, I believed he meant mischief, never danger. Nicasia must have known to ask him for a favor. No wonder Locke and his friends felt safe enough to hunt me the night before his wedding. He knew I would be gone the next day. And yet, I still understand what the ghost means. I thought Locke always meant mischief, too, even when it seemed possible I would die of it. I shake my head. But that doesn't explain how you came to be here. The ghost looks as though he is struggling to keep his voice even, to keep his temper in check. After the tower, I tried to put enough distance between myself and Locke that he wouldn't be able to order me to do anything again. Nights caught me leaving in Smire. That's when I found out the scope of what Locke had done. He gave my name to your father. It was his dowry for your twin sister's hand and a seat at the table when Belking came to power. I suck in my breath. Madoc knows your true name. Bad, right? He gives a hollow laugh. Your stumbling in here is the first good fortune I've had in a long time. And it is good fortune, even if we both know what needs to happen next. I remember how carefully I gave Cardan commands, ones that meant he couldn't avoid or escape me. Madoc has doubtless done that and more, so that the ghost believes only one path is open to him. I'm going to get you out of here, I say. And then the ghost cuts me off. I can show you where to cause me the least pain. I can show you how to make it seem like I did it myself. You said that you'd die loudly, just to spite me, I repeat, pretending he's not serious. I would have, too, he says with a little smile. I needed to tell you I needed to tell someone the truth before I died. Now that's done. Let me teach you one last lesson. Wait, I say, holding up a hand. I need to stall him. I need to think. He goes on relentlessly. It is no life to be always under someone's control, subject to their will and whim. I know the guise you asked for from Prince Dane. I know you were willing to murder to receive it. No glamour touches you. Remember when it was otherwise. Remember what it felt like to be powerless. Of course I do. And I can't help thinking of the mortal servant in Belkin's household, Sophie, with her pockets full of stones. Sophie, lost to the Undersea. A shudder goes through me before I can shrug it off. Stop being dramatic. I draw out the bag of food I had with me and sit down in the dirt to cut up wedges of cheese, apples, and bread. We're not out of options yet. You look half-starved, and I need you alive. You could enchant a ragwort stalk and get us out of here, and you owe me that much help, at least. He grabs pieces of cheese and apple and shoves them into his mouth. As he eats, I consider the chains holding him. Could I pry apart the links? I note a hole on the plate that seems just the size for a key. You're scheming, the ghost says, noticing my gaze. Grimsen made my restraints to resist all but the most magical of blades. I'm always scheming, I return. How much of Madoc's plan do you know? Very little. Nights bring me food and changes of clothing. I have been allowed to bathe only under a heavy guard. Once, Grimsen came to peer at me, but he was entirely silent, even when I shouted at him. It is not like the ghost to shout. Or to scream the way he must have for me to have heard him, to scream out of misery and despair and hopelessness. Several times, Madoc has come to interrogate me about the Court of Shadows, about the palace, about Cardan and Lady Asher and Dane, even about you. I know he's searching for weaknesses, for the means to manipulate everyone. The ghost reaches for another slice of the apple and hesitates, looking at the food as though seeing it for the first time. Why did you have any of this with you? Why bring a picnic to explore a cave? I was planning on running away, I admit. Tonight. Before they discover I am not the sister I am pretending to be. He looks up at me in horror. Then go, Jude. Run. You can't stay for my sake. I'm not. You're going to help me get out of here, I insist, cutting him off when he starts to argue. I can manage for one more day. Tell me how to open your chains. Something in my face seems to convince him of my seriousness. Grimsen has the key, he says, not meeting my eyes. But you'd be better served if you used the knife. The worst part is, he's probably right. Chapter 12. When I get back to the tent, the guard isn't there. Feeling lucky, I slip under the flap, hoping to creep to my bed before Madoc gets home from whatever he's plotting with his generals. What I do not expect is for the candles to be lit and Oriana to be sitting at the table, entirely awake. I freeze. She stands, folding her arms. Where were you? I say, scrambling to figure out what she already knows and what she'd believe. There was a knight who asked me to meet him under the stars and... Oriana holds up her hand. I covered for you. I dismissed the guard before he could carry tales. Do not insult me by lying anymore. You are not Tarin. The cold horror of discovery settles over me. I want to run back out the way I came, but I think of the ghost. If I run now, my chances of getting the key are pitiful. He will not be saved. And I will have very little chance of saving myself. Don't tell Madoc, I say, hoping against hope I can persuade her to be on my side in this. Please. I never planned on coming here. Madoc rendered me unconscious and dragged me to this camp. I only pretended to be Tarin because I was already pretending to be her in Elfheim. How do I know you're not lying? She demands, her unblinking pink eyes gazing at me warily. How do I know you're not here to murder him? There's no way I could have known Madoc would come for Tarin, I insist. The only reason I'm still here is that I don't know how to leave. I tried tonight, but I couldn't. Help me get away, I say. Help me, and you will never have to see me again. She looks as though that's an enormously compelling promise. If you're gone, he will guess I had a hand in it. I shake my head, scrambling for a plan. Write to Vivi. She can get me. I'll leave a note that I went to visit her in Oak. He never needs to know Tarin wasn't here. Oriana turns away, pouring a deep green herbal liquor into tiny glasses. Oak. I do not like how different he is becoming in the mortal world. I want to scream in frustration at her abrupt subject change, but I force myself to be calm. I imagine him stirring his brightly colored cereal. I don't always like it, either. She passes me a delicate cup. If Madoc can make himself High King, then Oak can come home. He won't be between Madoc and the crown. He will be safe. Remember your warning about how it was dangerous to be near a king? I wait until she sips before I do. It is bitter and grassy and explodes on my tongue with the flavors of rosemary and nettle and thyme. I wince but don't dislike it. She gives me an annoyed look. You certainly have not behaved as though you recalled it. Fair, I admit. And I paid the price. I will keep your secret, Jude. And I will send Vivi a message. But I won't work against Madoc, and you shouldn't, either. I want you to promise. As the Queen of Elfheim, I am the one Madoc is against. It would give me such satisfaction for Oriana to know, when she thinks so little of me. It's a petty thought, followed by the realization that if Madoc found out, I would be in a whole different kind of trouble than I have been in before. He would use me. As frightened as I have been, here by his side, I ought to have been even more afraid. I look Oriana in the eyes and lie as sincerely as I have ever done. I promise. Good, she says. Now, why were you sneaking around Elfheim, masquerading as Tarin? She asked me to, I say, raising my brows and waiting for her to understand. Why would she? Oriana begins, and then stops herself. When she speaks, it seems as though she is talking mostly to herself. For the inquest. Ah. I take another sip of the herbal liquor. I worried about your sister, alone in that court, Oriana says, her pale brows drawing together. Her family reputation in tatters and Lady Asher back, no doubt seeing an opportunity to exert influence over the courtiers, now that her son was on the throne. Lady Asher. I echo, surprised that Oriana would think of her as a threat to Tarin, specifically. Oriana rises and gathers writing materials. When she sits again, she begins penning a note to Vivi. After a few lines, she looks up. I never supposed she would return. That's what happens when people get tossed into the tower of forgetting. They get forgotten. She was a courtier around the time that you were, right? That's the closest I can say to what I mean, that Oriana was also the High King's lover. And while she never gave him a child, she has reason to know a lot of gossip. Something led her to make the comment she did. Your mother was once a friend to Lady Asher, you know. Eva had a great appreciation for wickedness. I do not say that to hurt you, Jude. It is a trait worthy of neither scorn nor pride. I knew your mother. That was the first thing Lady Asher ever said to me. Knew so many of her little secrets. I didn't realize you knew my mom, I say. Not well. And it's hardly my place to talk about her, Oriana says. Nor am I asking you to, I return, although I wish that I could. Ink drips from the tip of Oriana's pen before she sets it down and seals up the letter to Vivienne. Lady Asher was beautiful and eager for the High King's favor. Their dalliance was brief, and I am sure Eldred thought bedding her would come to nothing. He rather too obviously regretted that she bore him a child, but that may have had something to do with the prophecy. Prophecy? I prompt. I have a memory of Madoc saying something similar regarding his fortune when he was trying to convince me that we should join forces. She gives a minute shrug of her shoulders. The youngest prince was born under an ill-favored star. But he was still a prince, and once Asher had him, her place in the court was secure. She was a disruptive force. She craved admiration. She wanted experiences, sensations, triumphs, things that required conflict and enemies. She would not have been kind to someone as friendless as your sister must have been. I wonder if she was unkind to Oriana, once. I understand she didn't take very good care of Prince Cardan. I am thinking of the crystal globe in Eldred's rooms and the memory trapped inside. It wasn't as though she didn't dress him in velvets or furs, it's that she left them on until they grew ragged. Nor was it that she didn't feed him the most delectable cuts of meat and cake, but she forgot him for long enough that he had to scavenge for food in between. I don't think she loved him, but then I don't think she loved anyone. He was petted and fed wine and adored, then forgotten. But for all that, if he was bad with her, he was worse without her. They are cut from the same cloth. I shudder, imagining the loneliness of that life, the anger. That desire for love. There is no banquet too abundant for a starving man. If you're looking for reasons why he disappointed you, Oriana says, by all accounts, Prince Cardan was a disappointment from the beginning. That night, Oriana releases a snowy owl with a letter attached to its claws. As it flies up into the cold sky, I am hopeful. And later, lying in bed, I scheme as I have not done since my exile. Tomorrow, I will steal the key from Grimsen, and when I leave, I will take the ghost with me. With what I know about Madoc's plans and allies and the location of his army, I will force a bargain with Cardan to rescind my exile and to end the inquest into Tarin. I'm not going to let myself get distracted by letters I never received or the way he looked at me when we were alone in his rooms or my father's theories about his weaknesses. Unfortunately, from the time I wake, Oriana will not let me leave her side. While she trusts me enough to keep my secret, she doesn't trust me enough to let me walk around the camp, now that she knows who I truly am. She gives me wet laundry to spread before the fire, beans to pick from stones, and blankets to fold. I try not to rush through the tasks. I try to appear annoyed only because there seems to be a lot of work for me, though there was never so much work when I was Tarin. I don't want her to know how frustrated I am as the day wears on. My fingers itch to steal the key from Grimsen. Finally, as evening sets in, I catch a break. Take this to your father, Oriana tells me, setting down a tray bearing a pot of nettle tea, a wrapped-up bundle of biscuits, and a crock of jam to go with them. In the general's tent. He asked for you specifically. I grab my cloak, hoping not to seem obviously eager, when the second half of what she said sinks in. A soldier is waiting for me outside the door, amping up my nerves. Oriana said she wouldn't tell Madoc about me, but that doesn't mean she couldn't have given me away somehow. And it doesn't mean that Madoc couldn't have figured it out himself. The general's tent is large and cluttered with all the maps I couldn't find in his tent. It's also filled with soldiers sitting on goat-hide camp stools, some armored and some not. When I come in, a few of them glance up, and then their gazes slide away from me as from a servant. I set down the tray and pour a cup, forcing myself not to look too carefully at the map unfurled in front of them. It's impossible not to notice that they are moving little wooden boats across the sea, toward Elfheim. Pardon, I say, setting the nettle tea in front of Madoc. He gives me an indulgent smile. Tarin, he says. Good. I have been thinking you ought to have your own tent. You're a widow, not a child. Tiche, that's very kind, I say, surprised. It is kind, and yet I cannot help wondering if it's like one of those chess moves that looks innocuous at first but turns out to be the one setting up checkmate. As he sips his tea, he projects the satisfaction of someone who obviously has more important matters to take care of yet is pleased to have a chance to play the doting father. I promised your loyalty would be rewarded. I cannot help seeing how everything he says and does could be double-edged. Come here, Madoc calls to one of his knights. A goblin in shining golden armor makes an elegant bow. Find my daughter a tent and supplies to outfit it. Anything she needs. Then to me. This is Alva. Do not be too great a torment to him. It is not custom to thank the folk, but I kiss Madoc on his cheek. You're too good to me. He snorts, a small smile showing a sharp canine. I let my gaze flicker to the map and the models of boats floating on the paper sea one more time before I follow Alva out the door. An hour later, I am setting up a spacious tent erected not far from Madoc's. Oriana is suspicious when I arrive to move my things, but she allows it to be done. She even brings cheese and bread, placing them on the painted table that was found for me. I don't see why you're going to all this trouble to decorate, she says when Alva has finally left. You'll be gone tomorrow. Tomorrow? I echo. I received word from your sister. She will be here near dawn to pick you up. You're to meet her just outside the camp. There's an outcrop of rocks where Vivi can safely wait for you. And when you leave a note for your father, I expect it to be convincing. I will do my best, I say. She presses her lips into a fine line. Maybe I should feel grateful to her, but I am too annoyed. If only she hadn't wasted the better part of my day, my evening would go a lot easier. I will have to deal with the ghost's guards. There will be no sneaking past them this time. Will you give me some of your paper? I ask, and when she agrees, I take a wineskin as well. Alone in my new tent, I crush the death sweet and add a little bit to the wine so it can infuse for at least an hour before I strain the vegetable bits. That should be strong enough to cause them to sleep for at least a day and a night but not kill them. I am aware, however, that time to prepare is not on my side. My fingers fumble as I go, nerves getting the better of me. Tarin? Maddox sweeps back the flap of my tent, making me jump. He looks around, admiring his own generosity. Then his gaze returns to me, and he frowns. Is all well? You surprised me, I say. Come dine with the company, he says. For a moment, I try to dream up an excuse, to give him some reason for me to stay behind so that I can slip out to Grimson's Forge. But I can't afford his suspicion, not now, when my escape is so close. I resolve to get up in the night, long before dawn, and go then. And so I eat with Maddox one final time. I pinch some color into my cheeks and rake back my hair into a fresh braid. And if I am particularly kind that evening, particularly deferential, if I laugh particularly loudly, it is because I know I will never do this again. I will never have him behave like this with me again. But for one final night, he's the father I remember best, the one in whose shadow I have for better or worse become what I am. Chapter 13. I wake to the press of a hand over my mouth. I slam my elbow into where I think the person holding me must be and am satisfied to hear a sharp intake of breath, as though I connected with a vulnerable part. There's a hushed laugh from my left. Two people, then. And one of them is not too worried about me, which is worrisome. I reach under my pillow for my knife. Jude, says the roach, still laughing. We've come to save you. Screaming would really hurt the plan. You're lucky I didn't stab you. My voice comes out harsher than I intend, anger masking how terrified I was. I told him to watch out, the roach says. There's a sharp sound, and light flares from a little box, illuminating the jagged planes of the roach's goblin face. He's grinning. But would he listen? I'd have ordered him, if not for the little matter of his being the High King. Cardan sent you? I ask. Not exactly, says the roach, moving the light so that I can see the person with him, the one I elbowed. The High King of Elfheim, in plain brown wool, a cloak on his back of a fabric so dark it seems to absorb light, leaf blade in the scabbard on his hip. He wears no crown on his brow, no rings on his fingers, nor gold paint limming his cheekbones. He looks every inch a spy from the court of shadows, down to the sneaky smile pulling at a corner of his beautiful mouth. Looking at him, I feel a little lightheaded from some combination of shock and disbelief. You shouldn't be here. I said that, too, the roach goes on. Really, I miss the days when you were in charge. High Kings shouldn't be gallivanting around like common ruffians. Cardan laughs. What about uncommon ruffians? I swing my legs over the edge of the bed, and his laugh gutters out. The roach turns his gaze to the ceiling. I am abruptly aware that I am in a nightgown Oriana lent me, one that is entirely too diaphanous. My cheeks go hot enough with anger that I barely feel the cold. How did you find me? Padding across the tent, I feel my way to where I put my dress and fumble it on, pulling it on straight over my nightclothes. I tuck my knife into a sheath. The roach cuts a glance at Cardan. Your sister Vivienne. She came to the High King with a message from your stepmother. She worried it was a trap. I was worried it was a trap, too. A trap for him. Maybe even for myself. Which is why they took pains to catch me at my most vulnerable. But why come at all? And given all the disparaging things my older sister said about Cardan, why would she trust him with any of this? Vivi went to you. We spoke after Maddox carried you off from the palace, Cardan begins. And whom did I find in her little dwelling but Tarin? We all had quite a lot to say to one another. I try to imagine the High King in the mortal world, standing in front of our apartment complex, knocking on our door. What ridiculous thing had he worn? Had he sat down on the lumpy couch and drank coffee as though he didn't despise everything around him? Did he pardon Tarin when he wouldn't pardon me? I think of Maddox believing that Cardan desires to be loved. It seemed like nonsense then and seems like even more nonsense now. He charms everyone, even my own sisters. He is a gravitational force, pulling everything toward him. But I am not so easily taken in now. If he's here, it's to his own purpose. Maybe allowing his queen to fall into the hands of his enemies is dangerous to him. Which means I have power. I just have to discover it and then find a way to wield it against him. I can't go with you yet, I say, drawing on thick hose and jamming my foot into a heavy boot. There's something I have to do. And something I need you to give me. Perhaps you could just allow yourself to be rescued, Cardan says. For once. Even in his plain clothes, his head bare of any crown, he cannot pretend away how much he has grown into his royal role. When a king tries to give you a gift, you're not allowed to refuse it. Perhaps you could just give me what I want, I say. What? The roach asks. Let's put our cards on the table, Jude. Your sisters and their friend are waiting with the horses. We need to be swift. My sisters. Both of them. And a friend Heather. You let them come. They insisted, and since they were the ones who knew where you were, we had no choice. The roach is obviously frustrated with the whole situation. It's risky to work with people who have no training. Risky to have the High King acting as your foot soldier. Risky to have the person you're trying to extract who might be a traitor start backseat driving your plan. But that's his problem, not mine. I walk over and take his light from him, using it to find my wineskin. This is dosed with a sleeping draught. I was going to take this to some guards, steal a key, and free a prisoner. We were supposed to escape together. Prisoner, the roach echoes warily. I saw the maps in Maddox's war room, I tell them. I know the formation in which he means to sail against Elfheim, and I know the number of his ships. I know the soldiers in this encampment and which courts are on his side. I know what Grimsen is making in his forge. If Cardan will promise me safe passage to Elfheim and to lift my exile once we're there, I will give all that to you. Plus, you will have the prisoner delivered into your hands before he can be used against you. If you're telling the truth, the roach says. And not leading us into a net of Maddox making. I'm on my own side, I tell him. You of all people should understand that. The roach gives Cardan a look. The High King is staring at me strangely, as though he wishes to say something and is holding himself back from it. Finally, he clears his throat. Since you're mortal, Jude, I cannot hold you to your promises. But you can hold me to mine, I guarantee you safe passage. Come back to Elfheim with me, and I will give you the means to end your exile. The means to end it? I ask. If he thinks I don't know better than to agree to that, he's forgotten everything worth knowing about me. Come back to Elfheim, tell me what you would tell me, and your exile will end, he says. I promise. Triumph sweeps through me, followed by wariness. He tricked me once. Standing in front of him, recalling that I believed his offer of marriage was made in earnest, makes me feel small and scrubby and very, very mortal. I cannot allow myself to be tricked again. I nod. Maddox is keeping the ghost prisoner. Grimsen has the key we need. The roach interrupts me. You want to free him? Let's gut him like a haddock. Quicker and far more satisfying. Maddox has his true name. He got it from Locke, I tell them. Whatever punishment the ghost deserves, You can dull it out once he's back in the court of shadows. But it's not death. Lock. Cardan echoes, then sighs. Yes, all right. What do we have to do? I was planning to sneak into Grimson's forge and steal the key to the ghost's chains, I say. I'll help you, says the roach, then turns to Cardan. But you, sire, will absolutely not. Wait for us with Vivienne and the others. I am coming, Cardan begins. You cannot order me otherwise. The roach shakes his head. I can learn from Jude's example, though. I can ask for a promise. If we're spotted, if we're set upon, promise to go back to Elfheim immediately. You must do everything in your power to get to safety, no matter what. Cardan glances toward me, as though for help. When I am silent, he frowns, annoyed with both of us. Although I am wearing the cloak Mother Marrow made me, the one that will turn any blade, I still promise to run, tail between my legs. And since I have a tail, that should be amusing for everyone. Are you satisfied? The roach grunts his approval, and we sneak from the tent. A wineskin full of poison sloshes softly at my hip as we slide through the shadows. Though it is late, a few soldiers move between tents, some gathered to drink or play dice and riddle games. A few sing along to a tune strummed on a lute by a goblin in leathers. The roach moves with perfect ease, slipping from shadow to shadow. Cardan moves behind him, more silently than I might have supposed. It gives me no pleasure to admit that he's grown better at sly-footing than I am. I could pretend that it's because the folk have a natural ability, but I suspect that he also has practiced more than I have. I spread my learning too thin, although, to be fair, I'd like to know how much time he spent studying all the things he ought to know to be the ruler of Elfheim. No, those studies fell to me. With those resentful thoughts circling in my head, we approach the forge. It is quiet, its embers cold. No smoke comes from its metal chimneys. So you've seen this key, the roach asks, going to a window and wiping away the grime to try to peer through the pane. It's crystal and hanging on the wall, I say in return, seeing nothing through the cloudy glass. It's too dark inside for my eyes. And he's begun a new sword for Madoc. I wouldn't mind ruining that before it's put to my throat, says Cardan. Look for the big one, I say. That'll be it. The roach gives me a frown. I can't help not having a better description. The last time I saw it, it was barely more than a bar of metal. Really big, I say. Cardan snorts. And we ought to be careful, I say, thinking of the jeweled spider, of Grimson's earrings that can give beauty or steal it. There are bound to be traps. We'll go in and out fast, says the roach. But I would feel a lot better if the both of you stayed out and let me be the one to go in. When neither of us reply, the goblin squats down to pick the lock on the door. After applying a bit of oil to the joints, they swing open silently. I follow him inside. The moonlight reflects off the snow in such a way that even my poor, mortal eyes can see around the workshop. A jumble of items, some jeweled, some sharp, all piled up on one another. A collection of swords rests on a hat rack, one with a handle that is coiled like a snake. But there is no mistaking Madoc's blade. It sits on a table, not yet sharpened or polished, its tang raw. Pale bone-like fragments of root rest beside it, waiting to be carved and fitted into a handle. I lift the crystal key from the wall gingerly. Cardan stands by me, looking over the array of objects. The roach crosses the floor toward the sword. He's halfway there when a sound like the chime of a clock rings out. High up the wall, 2 inset doors open, revealing a round hole. All I have time to do before a spray of darts shoots out his point and make a sound of warning. Cardan steps in front of me, pulling his cloak up. The metal needles glance off the fabric, falling to the floor. For a moment, we stare at each other, wide-eyed. He looks as surprised as I am that he protected me. Then, from the hole where the darts shot, comes a metal bird. Its beak opens and closes. "Thieves!" it cries. "Thieves! Thieves!" Outside, I hear shouts. Then I spot the roach across the room. His skin has turned pale. He's about to say something, his face anguished, when he slides to one knee. The darts must have struck him. I rush over. What was he hit with? Cardan calls. "Death sweet," I say. "Probably plucked from the same patch I found in the woods. The bomb can help him. She can make an antidote." I hope she can, at least. I hope there's time. With surprising ease, Cardan lifts the roach in his arms. "Tell me this wasn't your plan," he pleads. "Tell me." "No," I say. "Of course not. I swear it." "Come then," he says. "My pocket is full of ragwort. We can fly." I shake my head. "Jude," he warns. "We don't have time to argue. Vivi and Taryn are still waiting for me. They won't know what's happened. If I don't go to them, they'll be caught." I can tell he's not sure if he should believe me, but all he does is shift the roach so that he can untie his cloak with one hand. "Take this, and do not stop," he orders, his expression fierce. Then he heads into the night, bearing the roach in his arms. I set out for the woods, neither running nor hiding, exactly, but moving swiftly, tying his cloak over my shoulders as I go. I glance back once and see the soldiers swarming around the forge, a few entering Maddox's tent. I said I was going straight to Vivi, but I lied. I head for the cave. There's still time, I tell myself. The incident at the forge is an excellent distraction. If they're looking for intruders there, they won't be looking for me here with the ghost. My optimism seems borne out as I draw close. The guards aren't at their posts. Letting out a sigh of relief, I rush inside. But the ghost is no longer in chains. He's not there at all. In his place is Maddox, outfitted in his full suit of armor. "I'm afraid you're too late," he says. "Much too late." Then he draws his sword. Chapter 14. Fear steals my breath. Not only do I not have a weapon with the range of his sword, but it's unimaginable to win in battle against the person who taught me nearly everything I know. And looking at him, I can tell he's come to fight. I draw the cloak more closely around me, inexpressibly glad for it. Without it, I would have no chance. "When did you know it was me and not Taryn?" I ask. "Later than I ought," he says conversationally, taking a step toward me. "But I wasn't looking, was I?" "No, it was a little thing. Your expression when you saw that map of the Isles of Elfheim. Just that and every other thing you'd said and done went slant, and I saw they all belonged to you." I am grateful to know he didn't guess from the start. Whatever he's planned, he had to do it hastily, at least. "Where's the ghost?" "Garrett," he corrects, mocking me with part of the ghost's true name, the name the ghost never told me, even when I might have used it to countermand the orders he'd received from Maddox. "Even if you live, you'll never stop him in time." "Whom did you send him after?" My voice shakes a little, imagining Cardan escaping from Maddox's camp only to be shot in his own palace as he was once almost shot in his own bed. Maddox's smile is all sharp teeth and satisfaction, as though I am being taught a lesson. "You're still loyal to that puppet." "Why, Jude? Wouldn't it be better if he took an arrow through the heart in his own hall? You cannot believe he makes a better High King than I would." I look Maddox in the eye, and my mouth makes the words before I can snatch them back. Maybe I believe that it's time for Elfheim to be ruled by a queen. He laughs at that, a bark of surprise. "You think Cardan will just hand over his power to you? Mortal child, surely you know better. He exiled you. He reviled you. He will never see you as anything but beneath him. It's nothing I haven't thought myself, yet his words still fall like blows. That boy is your weakness. But worry not, Maddock continues. His reign will be short. I take some satisfaction in the fact that Cardan was here, under his nose, and that he got away. But everything else is awful. The ghost is gone. The roach is poisoned. I've made mistakes. Even now, Vivi and Turin and possibly Heather wait for me across the snow, growing more and more worried the closer dawn creeps to the horizon. Surrender, child, Maddock says, looking as though he feels a little sorry for me. It's time to submit to your punishment. I take a step backward. My hand goes to my knife on instinct, but fighting him when he is in armor and his weapon has the superior reach is a bad idea. He gives me an incredulous look. Will you defy me to the last? When I get a hold of you, I am going to keep you in chains. I never want to be your enemy, I say. But I didn't want to be in your power, either. With that, I take off through the snow. I do the one thing I told myself I would never do. Do not run from me, he shouts, a horrible echo of his final words to my mother. The memory of her death makes my legs go faster. Clouds of air gasp from my lungs. I hear him barreling after me, hear the grunt of his breaths. As I run, my hopes of losing him in the woods diminish. No matter how I zig and zag, he doesn't let up. My heart thunders in my chest, and I know that, above all things, I can't lead him to my sisters. It turns out I am far from done with making mistakes. 1 breath, 2 breaths. I draw my knife. 3 breaths. I turn. Because he isn't expecting it, he crashes toward me. I get under his guard, stabbing him in his side, striking where the plates of his armor meet. The metal still takes the better part of the blow, but I see him wince. Cocking back his arm, he backhands me into the snow. You are always good, he says, looking down at me. Just never good enough. He's right. I learned a lot about swordplay from him, from the ghost, but I didn't study it for the better part of an immortal life. And over most of the last year, I was busy learning to be a seneschal. The only reason I made it as long as I did in our last fight is that he was poisoned. The only reason I beat Grima Emoji is that she didn't expect me to be very good at all. Maddock has my measure. Also, against Grima Emoji, I was wielding a much longer knife. I don't suppose you're willing to make this more sportsmanlike? I say, rolling to my feet. Maybe you could fight with one hand behind your back, to even the odds. He grins, circling me. Then he swings, leaving me only to block. I feel the effort all down my arm. It's obvious what he's doing, but it's still devastatingly effective. He's wearing me down, making me block and dodge again and again, while never letting me close enough to strike him. By keeping me focused on defense, he's exhausting me. Despair starts to creep in. I could turn and run again, but I'd be in the same situation as before, running without anywhere to run to. As I meet his blows with my pathetic dagger, I realize how few choices I have and how they will continue to shrink. It's not long before I falter. His sword slices against the cloak covering my shoulder. Mother Marrow's fabric is unscathed. He pauses in surprise, and I strike for his hand. It's a cheat move. But I draw blood, and he roars. Grabbing the cloak, he winds it around his hand, hauling me toward him. The ties choke me, then rip free. His sword sinks into my side, into my stomach. I look up at him for a moment, eyes wide. He seems as surprised as I feel. Somehow, despite knowing better, part of me still believed he would pull a killing blow. Maddock, who was my father ever since he murdered my father. Maddock, who taught me how to swing a sword to actually hit someone and not just their blade. Maddock, who sat me on his knee and read to me and told me he loved me. I fall to my knees. My legs have collapsed under me. His blade comes free, slick with my blood. My leg is wet with it. I am bleeding out. I know what happens next. He's going to deliver the final blow. Lopping off my head. Stabbing through my heart. The strike that's a kindness, really. After all, who wants to die slowly when you can die fast? Me. I don't want to die fast. I don't want to die at all. He raises his sword, hesitates. My animal instincts kick in, pushing me to my feet. My vision swims a little, but adrenaline is on my side. Jude, Maddock says, and for the first time that I can recall, there's fear in his voice. Fear I don't understand. Then 3 black arrows fly past me across the icy field. 2 was over him, and the other strikes him in the shoulder of his sword arm. He howls, switches hands, and looks for his attacker. For a moment, I am forgotten. Another arrow comes out of the darkness. This one hits him square in the chest. It strikes through his armor. Not deeply enough to kill him, but it's got to hurt. From behind a tree, Vivi steps into view. Beside her is Tarin, wearing nightfell on her hip. And with them, another person, who turns out not to be Heather at all. Grima emoji, sword drawn, sits astride a ragwort pony. Chapter 15. I force myself to move. Step after step, each one making my side scream with pain. Dad, Vivi says. Stay where you are. If you try to stop her, I've got plenty more arrows, and I've been waiting half my life to put you in the ground. You? Maddock sneers. The only way you'd be the end of me is by accident. He reaches down to snap the shaft sticking out of his chest. Have a care. My army is just over the hill. Go get them, then, Vivi says, sounding half hysterical. Get your whole damn army. Maddock looks in my direction. I must be quite a sight, blood-soaked, hand on my side. He hesitates again. She's not going to make it. Let me. 3 more arrows fly toward him in answer. None of them hit, not a great sign for Vivi's marksmanship. I just hope that he believes her missing is intentional. A bout of dizziness overcomes me. I sag to one knee. Jude. My sister's voice comes from close by. Not Vivi. Tarin. She's got nightfell drawn, holding the sword in one hand and reaching toward me with the other. Jude, you have to stand up. Stay with me. I must have looked as though I was going to faint. I'm here, I say, reaching for her hand, letting her support my weight. I stagger forward. Maddock, comes Grima emoji's tart voice. Your child challenged me just a week back. Now I know who she really wanted to kill. Grima emoji, Maddock says, dipping his head slightly, indicating respect. However you have come to be here, this is nothing to do with you. Oh, no, she counters, sniffing the air. Probably catching the scent of my blood. I should have warned Vivi about her when I had the chance, but however she has come to be here, I am glad of it. I am out of work, and it seems the High Court is in need of a general. Maddock looks momentarily confused, not realizing that she has traveled here with Cardan himself. But then he sees his opportunity. My daughters are out of favor with the High Court, but I have work for you, Grima emoji. I will heap you with rewards, and you will help me win a throne. Just bring my girls to me. The last was a growl, not actually in my direction but at the lot of us. His betraying daughters. Grima emoji looks past him, toward where the mass of his army is assembled. There's a wistful expression on her face, probably thinking of her own troops. Have you cleared that offer with the Court of Teeth? I spit out with a backward glance at him. Grima emoji's expression hardens. Maddox sends an annoyed look in my direction that turns to something else, something with a bit more sorrow in it. Perhaps you'd prefer revenge to reward. But I could give you both. Just help me. I knew he didn't like Noor and Jarell. But Grima emoji shakes her head. Your daughters paid me in gold to protect them and fight for them. And I mean to do just that, Maddox. I have long wondered which one of us would prevail in battle. Shall we find out? He hesitates, looking at Grima emoji's sword, at Vivi's large black bow, at Taryn and Nightfell. Finally, he looks at me. Let me take you back to the camp, Jude, Maddox says. You're dying. I shake my head. I'm staying here. Goodbye, then, daughter, Maddox says. You would have made a good redcap. With that, he withdraws through the snow, never turning his back to us. I watch him, too relieved at his retreat to be angry that he's the reason I am in so much pain. I am too tired for anger. All around me the snow looks soft, like heaped up feather beds. I imagine lying down on it and closing my eyes. Come on, Vivi says to me. She sounds a little like she's begging. We've got to get you back to our camp, where the rest of the horses are. It's not far. My side is on fire. But I have to move. Sew me up, I say, trying to shake off the creeping lethargy. Sew me up here. She's bleeding, says Taryn. A lot. I am struck with a dull certainty that if I don't do something now, nothing will be left to do. Maddox is right. I will die here, in the snow, in front of my sisters. I will die here, and no one will ever know there was once a mortal queen of fairy. Pack the wound with earth and leaves and then stitch it, I say. My voice sounds as though it's coming from far away, and I'm not sure I am making any sense. But I remember the bomb talking about how the High King is tied to the land, how Cardan had to draw on it to heal himself. I remember she made him take a mouthful of clay. Maybe I can heal myself, too. You'll get an infection, Taryn says. Jude. I'm not sure it will work. I'm not magic, I tell her. I know I am leaving out parts. I know I am not explaining this the right way, but everything has become a little unmoored. Even if I am the true queen, the land might not have anything to do with me. The true queen. Taryn echoes. Because she married Cardan, Vivi says, sounding frustrated. That's what she's talking about. What? Taryn says, astonished. No. Then Grima emoji's voice comes. Rough and scratchy. Go on. You heard her. Although she must be the most foolish child ever born to get herself in this fix. I don't understand, Taryn says. It's not for us to question, is it? Grima emoji says. If the High Queen of Elfheim gives us an order, we do it. I grab for Taryn's hand. You're good at needlework, I say with a groan. Stitch me up. Please. She nods, looking a bit wild-eyed. I can do nothing but hope as Grima emoji takes the cape from her own shoulders and spreads it out on the snow. I lie down on it and try not to wince as they rip my dress to expose my side. I hear someone draw a sharp breath. I look up at the dawn sky and wonder whether the ghost has made it to the palace of Elfheim. I recall the taste of Cardan's fingers pressed against my mouth as fresh pain blooms at my side. I bite back a scream and then another as the needle digs into the wound. Clouds blow by overhead. Jude. Taryn's voice sounds like she's trying to fight back tears. You're going to be okay, Jude. I think it's working. But if it's working, why does she sound like that? Not. I get the word out. I make myself smile. Worried. Oh, Jude, she says. I feel a hand against my brow. It's so warm, which makes me think I must be very cold. In all my days, I have seen naught the like of this, Grima emoji says in a hushed voice. Hey, Vivi says, her voice wavering. She doesn't sound like herself. Wounds closed. How are you feeling? Because some strange stuff is going on. My skin has the sensation of being stung all over with nettles, but the fresh, hot pain is gone. I can move. I roll onto my good side and then up onto my knees. The wall beneath me is soaked through with blood. Way more blood than I am ready to believe came from me. And around the edges of the cloak, I spot tiny white flowers pushing through the snow, most of them still buds, but a few opening as I look. I stare, not sure what I am seeing. And then when I do understand, I can't quite take it in. Bafin's words about the High King come to me: when his blood falls, things grow. Grima emoji goes to one knee. My queen, she says. Command me. I can't believe she is speaking those words to me. I can't believe the land chose me. I had half convinced myself I was faking being the High Queen, the way I faked my way through being the seneschal. A moment later, everything else comes roaring back. I push myself to standing. If I don't move now, I will never get there in time. I've got to get to the palace. Can you watch over my sisters? Vivi fixes me with a stern look. You can barely stand. I'll take the ragwort pony. I nod toward it. You follow with the horses you have at the campsite. Where's Cardan? What happened to that goblin he was traveling with? Vivi looks ready to scream. They were supposed to take care of you. The goblin called himself the Roach, Tarin reminds her. He was poisoned, I say, taking a few steps. My dress is open on the side, the wind blowing snow against my bare skin. I force myself to go to the horse, to touch its lacy mane. And Cardan had to rush him to the antidote. But he doesn't know that Maddox sent the ghost after him. The ghost, Tarin echoes. It's ridiculous the way everyone acts like killing a king is going to make someone better at being one, Vivi says. Imagine if, in the mortal world, a lawyer passed the bar by killing another lawyer. I have no idea what my sister is talking about. Grima emoji gives me a sympathetic glance and reaches into her jacket, drawing out a small stoppered flask. Take a slug of this, she says to me. It'll help you keep going. I don't even bother asking her what it is. I am far beyond that. I just toss back a long swallow. The liquid scalds all the way down my throat, making me cough. With it burning in my belly, I heave myself up onto the back of the horse. Jude, Tarin says, putting her hand on my leg. You have to be careful not to pull your stitches. When I nod, she unclasps the sheath from around her waist, then passes it to me. Take Nightfell, she says. I feel better already with a weapon in my hand. We'll see you there, Vivi warns. Don't fall off the horse. Thank you, I say, reaching out my hands. Vivi takes one, and then Tarin clasps the other. I squeeze. As the pony kicks its way into the frigid air, I see the mountains below me, along with Maddox's army. I look down at my sisters, hurrying through the snow. My sisters, who, despite everything, came for me. Chapter 16. The sky warms as I fly toward Elfheim. Holding onto the mane of the ragwort horse, I drink in great gulps of salt spray air and watch the waves peak and roll below me. Although the land kept me from death, I am not entirely whole. When I shift my weight, my side hurts. I feel the stitches holding me together as though I am a rag doll with stuffing trying to leak out. And the closer I get, the more panicked I become. Wouldn't it be better if he took an arrow through the heart in his own hall? It's the ghost's habit to plan an assassination like a trapdoor spider, finding a place to strike from and then waiting for his victim to arrive. He took me to the rafters of the court of Elfheim for my first murder and showed me how to do it. Despite the success of that assassination, nothing about the inside of the cavernous chamber was changed, I know, because shortly after is when I came into power, and I'm the one who changed nothing. My first impulse is to present myself at the gates and demand to be taken to the High King. Cardan promised to lift my exile, and whatever he intends, at least I could warn him about the ghost. But I worry that some overeager knight might hasten to decide I should forfeit my life first and he should carry any messages I have second, if at all. My second thought is to creep into the palace through Cardan's mother's old chamber and the secret passageway to the High King's rooms. But if Cardan isn't there, I will be stuck, unable to sneak past the guards who watch over his door. And sneaking back will waste a lot of time. Time I am already short on. With the Court of Shadows bombed out and no sense of where they rebuilt, I can't get in that way, either. Which leaves me a single path walking right into the bruff. A mortal in servant's livery might normally pass unnoticed, but I am too well known for that trick to work unless I am well disguised. But I have little access to clothes. My rooms, deep in the palace, are impossible to get to. Tarin's home, formerly Locke's, and with Locke's servants still around, is too risky. Madoc's stronghold, though abandoned, with clothing that used to belong to Tarin and Vivi and me still hanging in forgotten closets. That might work. I fly low to the tree line, glad to be arriving in the late morning, when most folk are still abed. I land by the stables and step off the pony. It immediately collapses back into ragwort stalks, the magic already pushed to its full measure. Sore and slow, I head for the house. In my head, my fears and hopes collide in a loop of words playing over and over again. Please let the roach be okay. Let Cardan not be shot. Let the ghost be clumsy. Let me get inside easily. Let me stop him. I do not pause to ask myself why I am in such a panic to save someone for whom I swore I rooted out every feeling. I will not think about that. Inside the estate, much of the furniture is gone. Of what remains, the upholstery is ripped open, as though sprites or squirrels were nesting in it. My steps echo as I go up the familiar stairs, made strange by the emptiness of the rooms. I don't bother going to my own old chamber. Instead, I go to Vivi's, where I find that her closets are still full. I suspected she would have left many things behind when she went to live in the human world, and my guess is rewarded. I find some stretchy hose in dark grey, pants, and a close-fitting jacket. Good enough. As I am changing, a wave of dizziness hits me, and I have to hang on to the doorframe until it passes and I get my balance again. Pushing up my shirt, I do what I've been avoiding thus far. I look at the wound. Dried blood flecks stick all along the red pucker of where Madoc stabbed me, neat stitching holding the skin together. It's nice, careful work, and I am grateful to Tarin for it. But just a glance at it gives me a cold, unsteady feeling. Especially the reddest spots, where there are already signs of pulling. I leave my sliced and blood-soaked dress in a corner, along with my boots. With trembling fingers, I scrape back my hair into a tight bun, which I cover with a black scarf wound twice around my head. Once I am climbing, I don't want anything to draw the eye. In the main part of the house, I find an out-of-tune lute hanging in Oriana's parlor, along with pots of makeup. I darken around my eyes dramatically, drawing them out into a wing, with eyebrows to match. Then I take a mask with gargoyle features that I fit over my own. In the armory, I find a small bow that breaks down into something I can hide. Regretfully, I leave Nightfell, hidden as best I can among the other swords. I take a piece of paper from Madoc's old desk and use his quill pen to write a note of warning. Expect an assassination attempt, most likely in the Great Hall. Keep the High King in seclusion. If I give that to someone to pass to Bafin or one of Cardan's personal guard, then perhaps I have a better chance of finding the ghost before he strikes. With lute in hand, I head for the palace on foot. It's not far, but by the time I arrive, a cold sweat has started on my brow. It's difficult to guess how hard I can push myself. On one hand, the land healed me, which has made me feel slightly invulnerable. On the other, I nearly died and am still very hurt, and whatever Grima emoji gave me to drink is wearing off. I find a small knot of musicians and stick close to them through the gates. "That's a beautiful instrument," says one of the players, a boy with hair the green of new leaves. He looks at me strangely, as though perhaps we know each other. "I'll give it to you," I say impulsively. "If you will do something for me." "What is it?" He frowns. I take his hand and press the note I wrote into it. "Will you take this to one of the members of the Living Council, preferably Bayfin? I promise you won't get in any trouble." He wavers, uncertain. It is at that unfortunate moment that one of the knights stops me. "You mortal girl in the mask," he says. "You smell like blood." I turn. Frustrated and desperate as I am, I blurt out the first thing that comes to me. "Well, I am a mortal. And a girl, sir. We bleed every month, just like moon swells." He waves me on, distaste on his face. The musician looks a little horrified, too. "Here," I say to him. "Don't forget the note." Not waiting for a response, I shove the lute into his arms. Then I head into the throng. It doesn't take long before I am swallowed up thoroughly enough by the crowd that I can ditch my mask. I make for a shadowed corner and begin my ascent into the rafters. The climb is horrible. I keep to the shadows, moving slowly, all the while trying to see where the ghost might be hiding, all the while dreading that Cardan might enter the hall and make himself a target. Again and again, I have to stop and get my bearings. Bouts of lightheadedness come and go. Halfway up, I am sure one of my stitches rips. I touch my hand to my side, and it comes away red. Hiding in a thicket of roots, I unwind the scarf from my head and wrap it around my waist, tying it as tightly as I can bear. I finally make it to a perch high in the curve of the ceiling where several roots converge. There I string my bow, arrange arrows, and look across the hollow hill. He may already be here, hidden somewhere close. As the ghost told me when he taught me how to lie in wait, the tedium is the hardest part. Keeping yourself alert, not getting so bored that you lose focus and stop paying attention to every shift in the shadows. Or, in my case, getting distracted by pain. I need to spot the ghost, and once I do, I need to shoot him. I cannot hesitate. The ghost himself would tell me I'd already missed my one chance to kill him. I better not miss again. I think of Madoc, who raised me in a house of murder. Madoc, who became so used to war that he killed his wife and would have killed me, too. Plunge a heated sword into oil and any small flaw will turn into a crack. But quenched in blood as you were, none of you broke. You were only hardened. If I continue the way I am, will I become like Madoc? Or will I break? Below me, a few courtiers dance in circles that come together, cross, then part again. Having been swept up in them, they can feel utterly chaotic, but from up here, they are triumphs of geometry. I look down at the banquet tables, piled with platters of fruit, flour-studded cheeses, and decanters of clover wine. My stomach growls as late morning turns to early afternoon and more folk come to the court. Bayfin, the royal astrologer, arrives with Lady Asher on his arm. I watch them make their way around the dais, not far from the empty throne. 7 circle dances later, Nicasia comes into the hall with a few companions from the undersea. Then Cardan enters with his guard around him and the blood crown gleaming atop his ink-black curls. When I look at him, I feel a dizzy dissonance. He does not seem like someone who has been carrying poisoned spies through the snow, someone who has braved an enemy camp. Someone who pushed his magical cloak into my hands. He seems like the person who shoved me into the water and laughed when it closed over my head. Who tricked me. That boy is your weakness. I watch toasts I can't hear and see plates heaped with roasted doves on spits, leaf-wrapped sweetmeats, and stuffed plums. I feel strange, lightheaded, and when I look, I see that the black scarf is nearly soaked through with blood. I shift my balance. And I wait. And wait. And try not to bleed on anyone. My vision gets a little blurry, and I force myself to focus. Below, I see Randolin with something in his hand, something he's waving at Cardan. The note I wrote. The boy must have delivered it after all. I tighten my hand on my crossbow. Finally, they'll get him out of here and out of danger. Cardan doesn't look at the paper, though. He makes a dismissive gesture, as though perhaps he's already read it. But if he got my note, what is he doing here? Unless, fool that he is, he's decided to be bait. Just then I see a flicker of movement near some roots. I think for a second that I am just seeing shadows move. But then I spot the bomb at the same moment. Her gaze goes to me and her eyes narrow. She lifts her own bow, arrow already notched. I realize what's happening a moment too late. A note told the court of an assassination attempt, and the bomb went looking for an assassin. She found someone hiding in the shadows with a weapon. Someone who had every reason to want to kill the king, me. Wouldn't it be better if he took an arrow through the heart in his own hall? Maddox set me up. He never sent the ghost here. He only made me think he did, so I would come and chase after a phantom in the rafters. So I would incriminate myself. Maddox didn't have to deliver the killing blow. He made sure I would march straight to my doom. The bomb shoots, and I dodge. Her bolt goes past me, but my foot slips sideways in my own blood, and then I plunge backward. Off the rafter and into the open air. For a moment, it feels like flying. I crash onto a banquet table, knocking pomegranates to the floor. They roll in every direction, into puddles of spilled mead and shattered crystal. I am sure I ripped a lot of stitches. Everything hurts. I can't seem to get my breath. I open my eyes to see people crowded around me. Counselors. Guards. I have no memory of closing my eyes, no idea how long I was unconscious. Jude Duarte, someone says. Broken her exile to murder the High King. Your Majesty, says Randolin. Give the order. Cardan sweeps across the floor toward me, looking like a ridiculously magnificent fiend. The guards part to let him closer, but if I make a move, I have no doubt they'll stab me through. I lost your cloak, I croak up at him, my voice coming out all breath. He peers down at me. You're a liar, he says, eyes glittering with fury. A dirty, mortal liar. I close my eyes again against the harshness of his words. But he has no reason to believe I haven't come here to kill him. If he sends me to the Tower of Forgetting, I wonder if he'll visit. Clap her in chains, says Randolin. Never have I so wished there was a way for me to show I was telling the truth. But there isn't. No oath of mine carries any weight. I feel a guard's hand close on my arm. Then Cardan's voice comes. Do not touch her. A terrible silence follows. I wait for him to pronounce judgment on me. Whatever he commands will be done. His power is absolute. I don't even have the strength to fight back. Whatever can you mean? Randolin says. She is my wife, Cardan says, his voice carrying over the crowd. The rightful High Queen of Elfheim. And most definitely not in exile. The shocked roar of the crowd rolls around me, but none of them are more shocked than I am. I try to open my eyes, try to sit up, but darkness crowds in at the edges of my vision and drags me under. Book 2. Chapter 17. I am on the High King's enormous bed, bleeding on his majestically appointed coverlets. Everything hurts. There's a hot, raw pain in my belly, and my head is pounding. Cardan stands over me. His jacket is thrown on a nearby chair, the velvet soaked through with some dark substance. His white sleeves are rolled up, and he's washing my hands with a wet cloth, getting the blood off them. I try to speak, but my mouth feels like it is full of honey. I slide back into the syrupy dark. I don't know how long I sleep. All I know is that it's a long time. When I wake, I am afflicted with a powerful thirst. I stumble out of bed, disoriented. Several candles burn around the room. By that light, I can tell that I am still in Cardan's chamber, in his bed, and that I am alone. I find a pitcher of water and bring it to my lips, not bothering with a glass. I drink and drink and drink, until finally I am satisfied. I sat back onto the mattress and try to think over what's happened. It feels like a fever dream. I can't stay in bed any longer. Ignoring the aches in my body, I head to the bathing room. The tub is filled, and when I touch it, the water shimmers as my fingers trail through it. There's a chamber pot for me to use as well, something for which I am immensely grateful. I gingerly peel off my clothes and get into the bath, scrubbing with my nails so the water can wash away the grime and crusted blood of the last several days. I scrub my face and wring out my hair. When I emerge, I feel much better. Back in the bedroom, I go to the closet. I look through rows and rows of Cardan's absurd garments until I determine that even if they fit me, there'd be no way I could wear any of them. I put on a voluminous puffer-sleeved shirt and take his least ridiculous cloak, black wool trimmed in deer fur and embroidered with a border of leaves to wrap around myself. Then I make my way through the hall to my old rooms. The knights outside his door notice my bare feet and bare ankles and the way I am clutching the robe. I am not sure what they suppose, but I refuse to be embarrassed. I summon my newly minted status as the Queen of Elfheim and shoot them such a withering look that they turn their faces away. When I enter my old rooms, Tatterfell looks startled from where she sits on the couch, playing a game of Uno with Oak. "Oh," I say. "Whoops." "Hi," Oak says uncertainly. "What are you doing here?" He flinches, and I regret the harshness of my words. "I'm sorry," I say, coming around the couch and bending down to pull him into a hug. "I'm happy you're here. I'm just surprised." I do not add that I am worried, although I am. The court of Elfheim is a dangerous place for everyone, but it is particularly dangerous for Oak. Still, I lean my head against his neck and drink in the scent of him, loam and pine needles. My little brother, who is squeezing me so tightly that it hurts, one of his horns scraping lightly against my jaw. "Vivi's here, too," he says, letting me go. "And Taryn. And Heather." "Really?" For a moment, we share a significant look. I'd hoped Heather might get back together with Vivi, but I am stunned she was willing to make another trip to Elfheim. I figured it was going to be a long time before she was okay with more than a very cursory amount of fairy. "Where are they?" "At dinner, with the High King," says Tatterfell. "This one didn't want to go, so he had a tray sent up." She injects the words with a familiar disapproval. I am sure she thinks rejecting the honor of royal company is a sign that Oak is spoiled. I think it's a sign he's been paying attention. But I am more interested in the dinner tray, with half-eaten portions of delectable things on silver plates. My stomach growls. I am not sure how long it's been since I had a real meal. Without asking for permission, I go over and begin to gobble up cold strips of duck and chunks of cheese and figures. There's some too strong tea in a pot, and I drink that, too, straight from the spout. My hunger is great enough to make me suspicious. How long have I been asleep? "Well, they drugged you," Oak says with a shrug. "So you've woken up before, but not for too long. Not like this." That's disturbing, partially because I don't remember it and partially because I must have been hogging Cardan's bed this whole time, but I refuse to think too much about it, the way I refuse to think about sweeping out of the High King's chambers in nothing but his shirt and cloak. Instead, I pick out one of my old seneschal outfits, a gown that is a long column of black with silver-tipped cuffs and collar. It is perhaps too plain for a queen, but Cardan is extravagant enough for both of us. When I am dressed, I go back into the living space. "Will you do my hair?" I ask Tatterfell. She huffs to her feet. "I should hope so. You can hardly walk around the way you came in here." I am swept back into the bedroom, where she shoos me toward my dressing table. There, she braids my brown locks in a halo around my head. Then she paints my lips and eyelids in a pale rose color. "I wanted your hair to suggest a crown," she says. "But then I suppose you'll have a real coronation at some point." The thought makes my head swim, a sense of unreality creeping in. I do not understand Cardan's game, and that worries me. I think of how Tatterfell once urged me to marry. The memory of that, and my certainty that I wouldn't, makes it even stranger that she is here, doing my hair as she did then. "You made me look regal anyway," I say, and her beetle black eyes meet mine in the mirror. She smiles. "Jude?" I hear a soft voice. "Taryn." She's come in from the other room, in a gown of spun gold. She looks magnificent, roses in her cheeks and a brightness in her eyes. "Hey," I say. "You're awake," she says, rushing into the room. "Vivi, she's awake." Vivi walks in, wearing a suit of bottle green velvet. "You nearly died, you know." "You nearly died again." Heather follows in a pale blue gown with edges of the same pink that sits in her tight curls. She gives me a sympathetic grin, which I appreciate. It's good to have one person who doesn't know me well enough to be angry. "Yes," I say. "I know. You keep rushing into danger," Vivi informs me. "You've got to stop acting as though court politics is some kind of extreme sport and stop chasing the adrenaline high." "I couldn't help that Maddox kidnapped me," I point out. Vivi goes on, ignoring me. "Yeah, and the next thing we know, the High King is on our doorstep looking ready to tear down the whole apartment complex to find you. And when we finally hear from you through Oriana, it's not like we could trust anyone. So we had to hire a cannibal redcap to come with us, just in case. And it's a good thing we did." "Seeing you lie in the snow, you were so pale, Jude," Taryn interrupts. "And when things started budding and blooming around you, I didn't know what to think. Flowers and vines pushed right up through the ice. Then color came back into your skin, and you got up. I couldn't believe it." "Yeah," I say softly. "I was fairly surprised myself." "Does this mean you're magical?" Heather asks, which is a fair question. Mortals are not supposed to be magical. "I don't know," I tell her. "I still can't believe you married Prince Cardan," Taryn says. I feel an obscure need to justify myself. I want to deny that desire came into it, want to claim that I was entirely practical when I agreed. Who wouldn't want to be the Queen of Fairy? Who wouldn't make the bargain I made? "It's just you hated him," Taryn says. "And then I found out he was under your control the whole time. So I thought maybe you still hated him. I mean, I guess it's possible that you hate him now and that he hates you, too, but it's confusing." A knock on the door interrupts her. Oak runs over to open it. As though summoned by our discussion, the High King is there, surrounded by his guard. Chapter 18. Cardan is wearing a high-jeweled collar of jet on a stiff black doublet. Over the tops of his pointed ears are knife-like caps of gold, matching the gold along his cheekbones. His expression is remote. "Walk with me," he says, leaving little room for refusal. Of course. My heart speeds, despite myself. I hate that he saw me when I was at my most vulnerable, that he let me bleed all over his spider silk sheets. Vivi catches my hand. You're not well enough. Cardan raises his black brows. The Living Council is eager to speak with her. No doubt, I say, then look at my sisters, Heather and Oak behind them. And Vivi should be happy, because the only danger anyone has ever been in at a council meeting is of being bored to death. I let go of my sister. The guards fall in behind us. Cardan gives me his arm, causing me to walk at his side, instead of behind him the way I would have as his seneschal. We make our way through the halls, and when we pass courtiers, they bow. It's extremely unnerving. Is the roach okay? I ask, low enough not to be overheard. The bomb has not yet discovered how to wake him, Cardan says. But there is hope that she yet will. At least he's not dead, I remind myself. But if he sleeps for 100 years, I will be in my grave before he opens his eyes again. Your father sent a message, Cardan says, glancing at me sideways. It was very unfriendly. He seems to blame me for the death of his daughter. Ah, I say. And he has sent soldiers to the low courts with promises of a new regime. He urges them to not hesitate, but to come to Alfheim and hear his challenge to the crown. Cardan says all this neutrally. The Living Council waits to hear all you know about the sword and his maps. They found my descriptions of the camp to be sadly inadequate. They can wait a little longer, I say, forcing out the words. I need to talk to you. He looks surprised and a little uncertain. It won't take long. The last thing I want is to have this conversation, but the longer I put it off, the larger it will loom in my mind. He ended my exile, and while I extracted a promise from him to do that, he had no reason to declare me queen. Whatever your scheme is, whatever you are planning to hold over me, you might as well tell me now, before we're in front of the whole council. Make your threats. Do your worst. Yes, he says, turning down a corridor in the palace that led outside. We do need to talk. It is not long before we come to the Royal Rose Garden. The guards stop at the gate, letting us go on alone. As we make our way down a path of shimmering court steps, everything is hushed. The wind carries floral scents through the air, a wild perfume that doesn't exist outside of fairy and reminds me at once of home and of menace. I assume you weren't actually trying to shoot me, Cardan says. Since the note was in your handwriting. Maddox sent the ghost, I say, then stop and try again. I thought that there was going to be an attempt on your life. Cardan gazes at a rosebush with petals so black and glossy they look like patent leather. It was terrifying, he says, watching you fall. I mean, you're generally terrifying, but I am unused to fearing for you. And then I was furious. I am not sure I have ever been that angry before. Mortals are fragile, I say. Not you, he says in a way that sounds a little like a lament. You never break. Which is ridiculous, as hurt as I am. I feel like a constellation of wounds, held together with string and stubbornness. Still, I like hearing it. I like everything he's saying all too well. That boy is your weakness. When I came here, pretending to be Tarin, you said you'd sent me messages, I say. You seemed surprised I hadn't gotten any. What was in them? Cardan turns to me, hands clasped behind his back. Pleading, mostly. Beseeching you to come back. Several indiscreet promises. He's wearing that mocking smile, the one he says comes from nervousness. I close my eyes against frustration great enough to make me scream. Stop playing games, I say. You sent me into exile. Yes, he says. That. I can't stop thinking about what you said to me, before Maddox took you. About it being a trick. You meant marrying you, making you queen, sending you to the mortal world, all of it, didn't you? I fold my arms across my chest protectively. Of course it was a trick. Wasn't that what you said in return? But that's what you do, Cardan says. You trick people. Nicasia, Madoc, Belkin, Aula. Me. I thought you'd admire me a little for it, that I could trick you. I thought you'd be angry, of course, but not quite like this. I stare at him, open-mouthed. What? Let me remind you that I didn't know you'd murdered my brother, the ambassador to the Undersea, until that very morning, he says. My plans were made in haste. And perhaps I was a little annoyed. I thought it would pacify Queen Aula, at least until all promises were finalized in the treaty. By the time you guessed the answer, the negotiations would be over. Think of it, I exiled Jude Torte to the mortal world. Until and unless she is pardoned by the crown. He pauses. Pardoned by the crown. Meaning by the king of Fairy. Or its queen. You could have returned anytime you wanted. Oh. Oh. It wasn't an accident, his choice of words. It wasn't infelicitous. It was deliberate. A riddle made just for me. Maybe I should feel foolish, but instead, I feel furiously angry. I turn away from him and walk, swiftly and completely directionless through the garden. He runs after me, grabbing my arm. I haul around and slap him. It's a stinging blow, smearing the gold on his cheekbone and causing his skin to redden. We stare at each other for long moments, breathing hard. His eyes are bright with something entirely different from anger. I am in over my head. I am drowning. I didn't mean to hurt you. He grabs my hand, possibly to keep me from hitting him again. Our fingers lace together. No, it's not that, not exactly. I didn't think I could hurt you. And I never thought you would be afraid of me. And did you like it? I ask. He looks away from me then, and I have my answer. Maybe he doesn't want to admit to that impulse, but he has it. Well, I was hurt, and yes, you scare me. Even as I am speaking, I wish I could snatch back the words. Perhaps it is exhaustion or having been so close to death, but the truth pours out of me in a devastating rush. You've always scared me. You gave me every reason to fear your capriciousness and your cruelty. I was afraid of you even when you were tied to that chair in the Court of Shadows. I was afraid of you when I had a knife to your throat. And I am scared of you now. Cardan looks more surprised than he did when I slapped him. He was always a symbol of everything about Elfheim that I couldn't have, everything that would never want me. And telling him this feels a little like throwing off a heavy weight, except that weight is supposed to be my armor, and without it, I am afraid I am going to be entirely exposed. But I keep talking anyway, as though I no longer have control of my tongue. You despised me. When you said you wanted me, it felt like the world had turned upside down. But sending me into exile, that made sense. I meet his gaze. That was an entirely right-side-up Cardan move. And I hated myself for not seeing it coming. And I hate myself for not seeing what you're going to do to me next. He closes his eyes. When he opens them, he releases my hand and turns so I can't see his face. I can see why you thought what you did. I suppose I am not an easy person to trust. And maybe I ought not to be trusted, but let me say this, I trust you. He takes a deep breath. You may recall that I did not want to be the High King. And that you did not consult me before plopping this crown on my head. You may further recollect that Belkin didn't want me to keep the title and that the Living Council never took a real shine to me. I suppose, I say, though none of those things seemed particularly unusual. Belkin wanted the crown for himself, and the Living Council wanted Cardan to show up for meetings, which he seldom did. There was a prophecy given when I was born. Usually Bafin is uselessly vague, but in this case, he made it clear that should I rule, I would make a very poor king. He pauses. The destruction of the crown, the ruination of the throne, a lot of dramatic language. I recall Oriana said something about Cardan's being ill-fated, and so did Maddock, but this is more than bad luck. It makes me think of the coming battle. It makes me think of my dream of the star charts and the spilled ink pot of blood. Cardan turns back to me, gazing down at me as he did in my imaginings. When you forced me into working for the Court of Shadows, I never thought of the things I could do, frightening people, charming people, as talents, no less ones that might be valuable. But you did. You showed me how to use them to be useful. I never minded being a minor villain, but it's possible I might have grown into something else, a high king as monstrous as Dane. And if I fulfilled that prophecy, I ought to be stopped. And I believe that you would stop me. Stop you? I echo. Sure. If you're a huge jerk and a threat to Elfheim, I'll pop your head right off. Good. His expression is wistful. That's one reason I didn't want to believe you'd joined up with Maddock. The other is that I want you here by my side, as my queen. It's a strange speech, and there's little of love in it, but it doesn't seem like a trick, either. And if it stings a little that he admires me primarily for my ruthlessness, well, I suppose there should be some comfort that he admires me at all. He wants me with him, and maybe he wants me in other ways, too. Desiring more than that from him is just greed. He gives me a half smile. But now that you're High Queen and back in charge, I won't be doing anything of consequence anyway. If I destroy the crown and ruin the throne, it will only be through neglect. That startles a laugh out of me. So that's your excuse for not doing any of the work? You must be draped in decadence at all times, because if you aren't kept busy, you might fulfill some half-baked prophecy. Exactly. He touches my arm, his smile fading. Would you like me to inform the council that you will see them another time? It will be a novelty to have me make your excuses. No. I'm ready. My head swims with everything we've talked about. My palm is smeared with gold. When I look at him, I see the remaining powder has been smudged over his cheekbone by the strike of my hand. I can't stop staring at it, can't stop thinking about the way he looked at me when he caught my fingers. That's the only excuse I have for not noticing that he's led me back to his rooms, which are, I suppose, also mine since we're married. They're here? I say. I believe it was meant to be an ambush, he informs me with a twist of his mouth. As you know, they are very nosy and hate the idea of being kept out of anything important, including royal convalescing. What I am imagining is how terrible it would have been to be awakened by the entire living council when I was still rumpled and filthy and naked. I draw on that anger and hope it makes me seem imperious. Inside, Fala the Grand Fool dozes on the floor beside the fire. The rest of the council Randolin with his ram horns, Bafin stroking his blue beard, Sinister Mickle from the Unseelie Court, and Insectile Nihua from the Seelie are seated around the room, no doubt annoyed by the wait. Queen Seneschal, Fala says, leaping to his feet and making an extravagant bow. Randolin glowers. The others begin to rise. I feel tremendously awkward. No, please, I say. Remain as you are. The councillors and I have had a contentious relationship. As Cardan Seneschal, I frequently denied them audiences with the High King. I think they suspected my chief qualification for the position was my ability to lie for him. I doubt they believe I have any qualifications for my new position. But before they can say so, I launch into a description of Maddock's camp. Soon, I am recreating the naval maps I saw and making lists of every faction fighting on his side. I explain what I saw in Grimson's Forge. Cardan chimes in with a few items he recalls. The numbers are on Elfheim's side. And whether or not I can draw on the power of the land, I know that Cardan can. Of course, there's still the matter of the sword. A duel? Mickle says. Perhaps he mistakes the High King for someone more bloodthirsty. You, perhaps. From him, that's not exactly an insult. Well, Jude did get herself tangled up with Grima Mog. Randolin has never much liked me, and I don't think recent events have improved his feelings at all. Leave it to you to spend your exile recruiting infamous butchers. So did you murder Belkin? Nihua asks me, clearly able to put off her curiosity no longer. Yes, I say. After he poisoned the High King. Poisoned, she echoes in astonishment, looking at Cardan. He shrugs, lounging in a chair, looking bored as ever. You can hardly expect me to mention every little thing. Randolin rises to the bait, looking puffed up with annoyance. Your Majesty, we were led to believe that her exile was justified. And that if you wished to marry, you would consult. Perhaps at least one of you could have told us, Bafin says, talking over Randolin. This was what they really wanted to discuss, I suppose. Whether there was any way they could prevent what's already occurred and invalidate my elevation to High Queen. Cardan puts up a hand. No, enough. It's all too tedious to explain. I declare this meeting at an end. His fingers make a flicking gesture toward the door. Leave us. I tire of the lot of you. I have a long way to go before I can manage that level of shameless arrogance. It works, however. They grumble but rise and go out. Fala blows me a kiss as he departs. For a moment, we are alone. Then there is a sharp rap on the secret door to the High King's chamber. Before either of us can get up, the bomb pushes her way through, striding into the room with a tray of tea things. Her white hair has been pulled up into a topknot, and if she is tired or grieving, none of it shows on her face. Long live Jude, she says with a wink, setting down the tray on a table with a clatter of the pots and saucers and whatnot. No thanks to me. I grin. Good thing you're a lousy shot. She holds up a packet of herbs. A poultice. To draw any fever from the blood and help the patient heal faster. Unfortunately, it won't draw the sting from your tongue. She takes some bandages from her coat and turns to Cardan. You should go. This is my room, he points out, affronted. And that's my wife. So you keep telling everyone, the bomb says. But I am going to take out her stitches, and I don't think you want to watch that. Oh, I don't know, I say. Maybe he'd like to hear me scream. I would, Cardan says, standing. And perhaps one day I will. On the way out, his hand goes to my hair. A light touch, barely there, and then gone.